11th Street Bridge. 295, the pressure is still on each direction, heading toward the inbound 11th Street Bridge. Both 50 Arlington Boulevard and 66 heavy approaching the inbound Teddy Roosevelt Bridge into town. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Only in the 30s for highs today, so bundle up. We're looking at a decent amount of sunshine and breezes, not quite as much. Tonight, with increasing clouds, we're looking at a mostly cloudy Wednesday, highs only near freezing. Have a chance for a little light snow early Thursday, followed by some cool breezes once again, and eventually some warming by the end of the week. I'm senior meteorologist Brian Vandergraaf in the First Alert Weather Center.
27 in Washington, John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
Everyone on board survived after a Delta jet flipped over on the runway. It comes as the Trump administration continues its move to gut the federal workforce, including employees at the FAA.
Yes, that would explain it then. Left-wing communist pig dog media making up, is it the lie of the day, the lie of the week? It's so hard to keep track, isn't it? We were having a little back and forth this morning, Michael Piercy and myself, and on our text thread with Randy and with Kevin, and like, hey, what's the biggest lie today that the Democrat Party's telling, you know? A plane flipped over in Toronto, Canada yesterday, America's hat. One of those Canada Air regional jets, much like the jet that had a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter crash into it at Reagan Airport recently. In that incident, everyone was killed, of course, no survivors. And yesterday's, in Canada, nobody killed. Plane flipped over on landing, looked like some kind of a wind shear problem. The Democrat Party, like Nika Brzezinski there, who has the brain of a newt. Newts have very, very small brains, not very capable brains. And, it's the FAA. Trump laid off FAA employees. Therefore, a plane flips upside down in Canada. It's Trump's fault. Of course, the Federal Aviation Administration is part of the federal government of the United States and not of Canada, and therefore has nothing to do with whatever they have in Canada, which I'm sure is very much like the FAA in the United States. But the lie is never too big for Mika Brzezinski, and her brain is never too small. And then they have Morning Joke. He's back today, too. Wank, wank. What happened to that girl in your office? What, does all the women in your office fall and hit their heads on tables? What's going on with that? Mo Yarborough. Joe Scarborough. The lie is so big. Make the lie so big that no one would dare to not believe it. They are really something, the Democrat Party. That's just the huge lie of the minute. And even Mayor Pete Buttigieg jumped in. He apparently hasn't been blocked from X. If I were Elon Musk, I think I might just, Pete Buttigieg, maybe just cancel his account. And if anybody used his name in their tweets, just cancel their accounts too. Just cancel everything. Womp, womp, womp. And the Democrats, they pretend to be upset that, now here's the reality, of course, that Elon Musk had a small number of very bright young people, very intelligent young people. They're working at the right hand of today's Leonardo da Vinci. They're bright young people. The Democrats like, oh, no, he's only 21 years old. We can't have that. We can't have somebody looking at government documents. The government building they're concerned about is full of 21-year-olds doing the same thing. But never mind that. The amazing stuff, they can't be looking at our documents. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, is going to steal my Social Security number. He's going to skim. He doesn't want people to receive Social Security. He's going to line his own pockets with our Social Security money, because that makes sense if you're really very seriously impaired, or maybe if you're very, very drunk and you've been pounding fentanyl all night. That could explain it. I'm not sure. But the lies are just, if they're making noise, if they're wheezing on the floor, they're lying inside their heads. They lie in silence. They lie when they're sleeping. and I'm not telling you about lying down. I'm talking about telling untruths, knowingly telling untruths. Amazing stuff. They say, well, look, we're taking a look at government spending, which is out of control, obviously. We're $36 trillion in debt. It would take literally 1,000,000 years to pay off our national debt. If we were paying off our national debt, which we're not, at $1 per second, it would take more than 1,000,000 years to. Now, Jesus Christ walked the earth about 2,024 years ago, and 1,000,000 years it would take to pay off our national debt if we were paying it off, which we're not. And say, hey, let's take a look at where all the money's going. Here's $1.9 billion that the Biden administration threw into a bank account so they can spread $1.9 billion around to their friends. That's $1 billion is $1,000 million. So that's 1,900 lots of $1 million that they, and of course, all the money goes to their political pals, their political allies, that then, buy red-cocketed woodpeckers or something to put in trees. They buy snail darters to put in your kids' lunch at school. These people shouldn't be trusted with anything, and certainly not your children. Speaking of which, I was listening to the excellent Larry O'Connor program on WMAL in Washington, driving in this morning, and he was telling me about the Kennedy Center here in Washington, named for John F. Kennedy, who wouldn't be allowed in the Democrat Party today because his head was not wedged far enough up into a dark and remote location for the Democrat Party of today. But at the Kennedy Center, they've got a play that they're sending on the road. That's going on the road. They're not a road show company. They're, the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts in Washington. They don't create new shows that go on the road. That's not what they do. It's not the business they're in. But they've got one that they're sending on the road, and it's called Finn. It's called Finn. It's a play, a theatrical production. And Finn is about a shark. It's about a shark. And the shark, it's a rainbow shark, as you might imagine. The shark doesn't feel like a shark on the inside. The shark feels like a minnow or like the SS Minnow. The shark feels like maybe it's an angelfish and not a shark instead of, what it's supposed to be. So Finn has mental issues, and the Democrats love them because they have so many mental issues, usually having to do with sexuality and children, interestingly enough. These people, I got to tell you, I was listening to Larry O'Connor and I was howling and, slapping the dashboard because these people need psychiatric help. They really do. Finn, a children's musical about a young shark who wanted to be true to himself. What do you mean him? You can't say him. And the Kennedy Center said they don't have enough money to take Finn on the road, but they want to take Finn on the road anyway. And it's about a young shark who doesn't feel on the, it's not thinking, doesn't feel on the inside that he's really a shark, but maybe an angelfish or something else. So he's having an identity struggle. And the Democrats want children to be as sexually confused as possible because then they take them to Epstein Island and they do what Democrats do. Harvey Weinstein, all that good stuff. Wah, wah, wah. They love Harvey Weinstein, don't they? Who are we? We were talking about the songstress yesterday with the dumb, Sheryl Crow. You see the pictures of Sheryl Crow emerge hugging Harvey Weinstein? They've got a lot of issues, and they shouldn't be listened to in any context. They should get help. They should get a lot of help. Remarkable stuff. But we were going back and forth. What's the biggest lie of the week? And it's hard to narrow it down because the lies are so numerous. They are many, and we are few. But Elon Musk and Doge, the Department of Government, I was going to say accountability, but it's, that what did they call it yesterday? Doge? Who was calling it Doge? The Department of, who was it? Oh, yeah, Vindman, Alexander Vindman's brother, communist Ukrainian Vindman. Yeah, I call it Doggy, D-O-G-I, the Department of Government Inefficiency. Oh, that's clever. Where'd you get so clever? In Ukraine? Isn't that amazing? Oh, and also President Trump is working on peace talks with Russia and Ukraine will be a part. Right now, our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is sitting down with Sergei Lavrov out of the Soviet Union. Yeah, I know it's Russia, but Lavrov is an old Soviet guy, and he's still around. And our Secretary of State sitting down with them to talk peace, talk about ending the war against Ukraine by Russia. And the Democrats want to stop that from happening. They want the kids to get with the gender-confused shark instead. And then the shark goes down and finds a rainbow at the bottom of the ocean, because the Democrats have a lot of mental illness issues that they've got to get to. So sitting down there talking peace, and the Democrats are angry about that, and they want to stop that. Isn't that amazing? Elon Musk wants to look at the IRS and see where all the money's going, because I think that'd be a good idea. Maybe we should have an outside audit. And what he wants to do is, it's like a review looking for fraud, an anti-fraud review of government spending. The Democrats are about to self-immolate all over Washington, which would be fun. How many Democrats have self-immolated? The last one was the guy that self-immolated in an Elon Musk. I saw one driving in today. What's the big one? The truck called? Yeah, the Cyber truck. I drove by one this morning, a green one, a dark green one, and it was really cool looking, I've got to say. And now I like him more than ever. and I was driving by him, and I rolled down my window. It's electric, very fancy. There's a button. You don't even have to crank it like that. And went down there, and I gave him a thumbs up as the guy came by, because he probably catches so much stuff from the radical left wing, baby slaughtering, child abusing, the Democrat Party. I think that's the shorthand, but we call them Democrat. I gave him a thumbs up. Yeah, but a dark green Elon Musk vehicle. And when I saw it, naturally, I was reminded of one of the more recent Democrat suicide attacks. And it was the Democrat suicide attack on the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, where the Democrat rented a Musk, vehicle, the truck, and the Tesla truck, and went to the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, and he self-immolated in the vehicle and blew himself up. And it was full of nail bombs that he wanted, the nails to kill lots of people at the Trump Hotel. But the vehicle was so sturdy that the blast only went straight up and only killed one Democrat, which was but it was a suicide attack, a terrorist attack, a self-immolation, and a Democrat. And no news media covered it that way, because that's what it was. And that's reason enough for them to not cover it that way. Isn't that amazing? How many suicide attacks? How many self-immolations? The Democrat Party is an identifiable mental illness at this point. So you want to review the records at the IRS and the Treasury Department, because, it's what Willie Sutton, the bank robber, why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is. And the Democrats know that. They make Willie Sutton look like a primitive piker. They've got billions and billions to waste, to skim, to scam, to send to their friends. Billions and billions. That's still a lot of money in the real world, but not in Washington. Pretty amazing stuff. And they say, well, he doesn't have, and they're all over the media. Well, he doesn't have a security clearance. He can't look at the tax records. He can see my social security number, and he doesn't even have a security clearance. And first of all, what are there, like 84,000 employees at the Treasury Department, or is that the IRS? How many of them have security clearances, do you think? You have to have a security clearance to work at the IRS? Is that what you think? Because everything you believe to be true is false, and everything you believe to be false is true. Hence, you're a Democrat Party voter. Aren't you amazing? So you want to look at the IRS files to see what's going on at the IRS. You can't, and they want to stop him from why? Well, there are tens of thousands of employees at the IRS that look at your stuff if they want, to their heart's delight, all day, every day. And somehow you don't care about that. And they're all unelected. Every single one of them is unelected. There are no members of Congress working at the IRS going through your files. Just unelected Americans working at the IRS, and probably some Pakistani terrorists, but never mind that. And Elon Musk, he can't look at our IRS. He can't look at the Treasury Department. He doesn't have a security clearance. And our news media allows this to go on for weeks now. We're almost 4 weeks. We're almost a month. Actually, it was 4 Mondays ago, yesterday, that inauguration day took place. But that was 28 days, as you might imagine, 4 times 7. See how the math works there. But we're coming up on the 20th of February, and then it will be January 20th to February 20th since Inauguration Day. So we're not yet a month into the Trump presidency. And they're trying to get a lot of stuff done. And the Democrats are suicide bombers. They're trying to stop anything from getting done because they're the left. They're obstructionists, right? Well, you'll never guess. It turns out Elon Musk, because he has his own space program, and as you might imagine, works with the government a lot, with his own space program, putting satellites into space all over the place, letting Ukrainians all talk to each other because of Starlink when the commie Russian pig dogs have shut everything down. Turns out Elon Musk for years now has had a top secret security clearance because of the space program that he runs and other government work that he does. So he's got a top secret. So he's, I think, the only one at the Treasury Department, the only one at the IRS, if they let him in, that has a top secret security clearance, but they'll keep lying about it anyway. Isn't that amazing? You want to have peace talks with Russia about stopping the war? The Democrats want to obstruct that and get in the way. You want to have your cabinet confirmed? The Democrats will obstruct that and get in the way. I think what we need is more self-immolations. That could help to solve the problem. So what is the biggest lie that the Democrats are telling today? They are many, and they are huge, I'm telling you. Just scratching the surface. It's just what we were talking about walking into the studio. So I wanted to share my immediate thoughts with you. But we've got all kinds of stuff. Trump just keeps on winning. We got Jim Acosta in the news, kind of, sort of. He's on his way out the door off the cliff or something. We've got poll numbers for you that make the Democrats want to self-immolate, which is a good thing. And we're at 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. If your commute's taking you outer loop into Silver Spring, late crash and cleanup continues. Outer loop at Colesville Road along the right side of the roadway are jammed off of 95 now before you get to 212 out of Calverton. So watch for that backup. Southbound 270s cleared out through Hyattstown. It's the volume into Gaithersburg, and again on the 270 spur still lingering. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL 7 forecast.
Give way to sunshine this afternoon with a high of 37, partly cloudy tonight, low 20.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1-pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience a full-body burn with the new Arrowhit workouts, the perfect blend of heart-pumping cardio and strength. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code TONAL200. That's Tonal.com and use promo code TONAL200 for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code TONAL200 for $200 off.
LifeLock, during tax season, your sensitive info, does a lot of traveling to places you can't control, stopping off at payroll, your accountant or a tax preparer, and countless other data centers on its way to the IRS. Any of them can expose you to identity theft because they all have the info in your W-2. Just a ticket for criminals to steal your identity. I had my identity stolen. It was horrible. I got LifeLock. I've been a customer ever since. I've never, ever had that problem again. No wonder the IRS reported tax fraud due to identity theft went up 20% last year. Get LifeLock today. Don't get your identity stolen. They monitor millions of data points per second and alert you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, backed by the $1 million protection package. Restoration's guaranteed or your money back. Don't mess around with this stuff. I dealt with this for a long time before I had LifeLock. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Get LifeLock protection for tax season and beyond. Join now, save up to 40% for your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock, use promo code Bongino, or go to LifeLock.com/Bongino for 40% off. Terms apply. Do it today.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Wealth building expert Candy Valentino paves the path to success.
I was a founder before I could legally order a drink. Now my goal is to help you. And I interview guest experts. David Anderson, I love what you said. I always say you never learn in an echo chamber.
How we connect those dots to help us achieve the things we want to.
Tony Robbins, thank you so much for being here.
Of course, everybody loses money investing. Make sure you win in the long term. How did you get rich?
I had to sum it up. It's a lot of hard work.
The Candy Valentino Show. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's disease research program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
Every 15 seconds, someone is diagnosed with cancer. If it's happened to you or someone you love, the American Cancer Society can help at every step of the journey. Visit cancer.org today.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Miss anything? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Get today's breaking news on the Vince Colonnade Show, weekdays 3 to 6, right here on WMAL.
The left is nothing if not criminal. I'll give them that. Been true for more than a century. And now they're here, and they call themselves Democrats. They're saving democracy. They had to destroy democracy in order to save it. You know, like that village in the Vietnam War. Let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Hack, calling from Bethesda, Maryland. Oh, Hack, you're on the Chris Plant Show. It is the raspberries. Yes, it is. Yeah. You're talking about Rachel Maddow that provided President, which is a felony. And nobody was arrested. Here's, in fact, Michael's raising an eyebrow. He's got Rachel Maddow bragging about having the felony stolen tax records of Donald Trump.
We've got some Donald Trump's tax returns have surfaced. At least a portion of Donald Trump's past tax returns.
Now, heck, she was waving around the documentation and bragging about it. And NBC Fake News was laughing and rubbing their claws together. And all of that was a felony, Hack.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, a series of felonies. But we're so corrupt that no one was ever held accountable.
This is the Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WNAL traffic from Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. Late delays Beltway into Silver Spring. The multi-car crash outer loop at Colesville Road. Initially it was only the left lane getting by, but it's now just the right lane crowded with the vehicles on the right shoulder now. Rush hour volume delays still keep the Teddy Roosevelt Bridge slow coming off of both 66 and 50 Arlington Boulevard. Inbound over the 14th Street Bridge still hung up into town. The Whitehurst Freeway slows off the Key Bridge over to K Street. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WNAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Well, good way to sunshine this afternoon with a high of 37, partly cloudy tonight, low 20.
LifeLock, during tax season, your sensitive info does a lot of traveling to places you can't control, stopping off at payroll, your accountant or a tax preparer, and countless other data centers on its way to the IRS. Any of them can expose you to identity theft because they all have the info in your W-2. Just a ticket for criminals to steal your identity. I had my identity stolen. It was horrible. I got LifeLock. I've been a customer ever since. I've never, ever had that problem again. No wonder the IRS reported tax fraud due to identity theft went up 20% last year. Get LifeLock today. Don't get your identity stolen. They monitor millions of data points per second and alert you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, backed by the $1 million protection package. Restoration's guaranteed or your money back. Don't mess around with this stuff. I dealt with this for a long time before I had LifeLock. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Get LifeLock protection for tax season and beyond. Join now, save up to 40% for your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock, use promo code Bongino, or go to lifelock.com/Bongino for 40% off. Terms apply. Do it today.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
75 years of research, 75 years of policy, 75 years of opportunity,
75 years of freedom.
This is 75 years of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Join us at mda75.org. Clarity and context for a complex world.
Far more specific than ever before.
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
We're the stronger than we look type. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 2. The braver than you think type.
I have to take insulin shots every single day.
The type that will stop at nothing.
No more blood sugar tests.
Absolutely nothing.
No more complications.
Until type 1 becomes type none.
Support JDRF's life-changing research, and one day you'll say, I helped turn type 1 into type none. Join us now at jdrf.org.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
Hey, I'm Reba McIntyre. In life, you'll hear a lot of people tell you that you can do anything you want. I'm here to tell you that's true. Since I was a little girl, I dreamed of becoming a successful singer and entertainer. It took a lot of hard work, dedication, and perseverance to find my success, but it was worth it. I never gave up on my dreams. Remember, you can never have a dream come true until you've had a dream. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
Mic drop. Hosted by former Navy SEAL Mike Ridley. It's raw.
I've been shot at, blown up, you name it.
It's unfiltered.
You know, you go to the sound of the gun. It's weird. I mean, I've had so many near-death experiences.
It's tough talk from the top minds in their field.
What if the units took a guy out back and shot him? Bam, you're gone. I would choose to do what Farmer do. That's what I chose, and it's what I would choose again. I don't want you guys to cut any of this. Just leave them raw.
Mic drop. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
My baby brother, a father. He said, come on, it's time for his nap. Whoa, he can't sleep on his stomach. Baby should always sleep on their back in a safety-approved crib, and the sleep area should be clear of blankets, toys, and other loose or soft items. It reduces the risk of FIDS. FIDS, you know, sudden infant death syndrome. Yes, I need to start studying up on safe sleep for little man here. Favorite uncle comes with his responsibility.
For more information, visit safetosleep.nichd.nih.gov, sponsored by the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development.
WMAL, making sense of the forecast, because you never know what Mother Nature has in store. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Yes. Bop, 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 bop. The left is they're not normal. They think that fish are gay and sharks, and they've got really weird ideas about children and sexuality. And when the smartest man in the world, quite possibly, Elon Musk, an extraordinary human story, volunteers to come into the government as a special employee of the government and take a look at where our money is going, since he has earned about $400 billion. A lot of people think that he might know something about money. I would guess that's probably true. And he wants to take a look at the Treasury Department because, like Willie Sutton, the bank robber, said, that's where the money is. And the Democrats want to do anything to stop him. They will say anything and do anything to stop him from looking at where the money's going. Now, why would that be? If this were your 15-year-old son or daughter, and they really wanted you to stay away from their closet and not look in their closet, and in the closet they had a safe, and they wanted to make sure that you can't get into that safe because you don't have a security clearance, you might suspect that your teenager is up to something, right? Well, based on the response of the Democrat Party, I am suspicious that they are up to something. And I think it might involve stealing or abusing, waste, fraud, and abuse. Really, the only question is, what do the Democrats like more? Do they like waste more than fraud, more than abuse? Which do they like more? There's all kinds of abuse that they like. But you want to go into the Treasury Department to see where the money's going, and they want desperately to stop you from doing that. And they make up all kinds of stuff. He doesn't have a security clearance. Neither does anybody that works at the Treasury Department, and they're all unelected. And they say, oh, he's unelected and he doesn't have a security clearance. Well, you're having a real mental meltdown and a hissy fit over here, but you're ignorant beyond description and possibly beyond repair. If anybody at the Treasury Department, there are probably a few people at the Treasury Department that have security clearances to look at certain line items having to do with classified programs and so on. Great. But everything they say is a lie. Does Elon Musk have a security clearance? They say no. If they say no, you can be pretty sure that they're lying, that they're involved in a deception. Now, when Elon Musk, working very directly for the President of the United States, the chief executive, just elected president, 77 million votes, but never mind that. Womp, womp, womp. And, oh no, they're very, very upset. Musk's DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, targets IRS. You mean he wants to take a look at the IRS? Why would you call it target and not dropping bombs on it? They want to walk in the front door. You guys won't let them because of your issues. Targets IRS as federal workers face mass layoffs. Oh, no, not mass layoffs. It's your organization has millions of employees, the federal government, and the federal government wants to downsize like the Bill Clinton, Al Gore administration did, but probably not as many people being laid off by the government under Trump as there were laid off in the federal government under Bill Clinton and Al Gore. But let's not get caught up in facts and reality and knowledge and education. Amazing stuff. And they're very, very angry, the Democrats. Elon Musk creates confusion about IRS direct file, but the program is still available. There's how many programs are there? There are like tens of thousands of programs. And the Democrats, pretending to be journalists, they find one that gets caught up in the gears, and they're very, very upset about it. And the Newsweek magazine on February 7th is now February 18th. Their headline was, IRS staff told to stay after accepting Elon Musk's exit offer. They're told to stay. The bureaucrats are telling them to stay. We don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy, as Elon Musk said a couple of weeks ago now. Amazing stuff. And 15 hours ago, NBC Fake News, Musk's Department of Government Efficiency team to gain access to sensitive IRS data amid controversy. It's a lie. It's a lie controversy. It's a fake controversy. He works directly for the President of the United States. You know, they bring in these outside teams all the time to have an analysis done by some arms contractor on the, I-66 corridor who makes millions of dollars to come in and look at something and then file a secret report that nobody ever sees, and we never find out what's in it. And they buy lake houses and airplanes and boats, and it's our money. And they create a completely useless product that no one ever reads and no one cares about and has no impact whatsoever. So the news media really upset. Elon Musk's plan to access IRS taxpayer data raises concerns. Democrats term it illegal. They say it's illegal. And blatant power grab. It's an illegal and blatant power grab. I'm sorry, the President of the United States tasked the richest man in the world with looking at where U.S. government money, taxpayer money, is going. This is all taxpayer money, of course. And the Democrats are self-immolating all over the place because they're, I think, trying to hide something, like the 15-year-old with the safe in their closet. Amazing stuff. Womp, womp, womp. Treasury official quits after resisting Musk's request on payments. Well, he was sent by the President of the United States, who was just elected in a veritable landslide. And they said, I want to look at where our taxpayer money is going. And the Democrats, and that means the media and the bureaucracy, they're just going completely berserk, bat guano crazy. I know some people think bat guano is redundant, but it's not. Anyway, amazing stuff. Now let's go to some audio here, because the lies, again, the topic of discussion here before we went on the air today was one of the biggest lies that are being hurled at us today, and you do have to narrow it down. This week, let's go to the dim-witted fake at MSDNC named Norm Eisen. Norm Eisen. And they say, President Trump and, President Musk. They love saying President Musk because they have the brains of 5-year-olds. They really do. Children shouldn't be listened to as though they're adults. And a lot of people grow old and they still have child brains. And a lot of them gravitate to MSNBC and to NBC and to CNN and other so-called media organizations. Now, how dare you lay anybody off? Well, I'm sorry, you guys in the news media are gassing people in every one of your newsrooms. But never mind that. Here's a person allegedly named Norm Eisen on MSDNC.
You see this in every autocratic regime.
Is he mocking RFK Jr. with that voice? Is that a fake voice that he's doing there? He's an oligarch. And they love this, every authoritarian regime. That's the old Russian playbook. They accuse you of doing or being whatever it is they know they are doing or being. You guys are the authoritarian pigs. You guys, during the Obama-Biden administration, used the IRS to target Tea Party groups and patriot groups. If they had the word patriot in their name, the IRS targeted them. Somebody at the IRS stole, committing a felony theft, Donald Trump's tax returns for 1 year and gave them to Rachel Maddow, who's a transgender shark at the Kennedy Center. Interestingly enough, see how it all circles back to transgenderism. Isn't it amazing? And then MSDNC, they've got a fake named Ali Vitali. Again, very small brain, not a thinker, not an intelligent person or a thoughtful person or a clever person, and most certainly not an honest person. Ali Vitali on MSDNC.
They're also looking to not just access IRS systems, but also potentially lay off IRS workers there.
Oh, no.
This is a full-scale assault on government.
It's a full-scale assault on government. Bill Clinton laid off 435,000 government employees. We're talking about 400 employees, I think, at the IRS. And today's Democrat Party, honestly, They're all on suicide watch. Whatever you do, don't put them in Jeffrey Epstein's jail cell, because I don't think it will go very well there. Isn't that amazing? Now, they're very, very upset that anybody would be let go from anywhere, because the government must grow and not become smaller. Now, I have a functional memory, unlike Norm Eisen and Ali Vitale, and I was able to go to Al Gore's amazing internet because of my white privilege. I have access to high-speed internet, not even paid for by the government. Isn't that amazing? And I went to the January 22nd of 2025, not even a month ago. The headline at the New York Post, CNN plans to lay off hundreds of employees, comma, cut costs, semicolon. They also like their semicolons very much. NBC plots firings. Well, wait a minute. CNN and NBC are plotting firings, and they're cutting costs because they're spending too much and they're paying people too much. So as private sector entities interested in staying in business for the long term, they are reducing the size of their workforce and laying off people at CNN, laying off people at NBC. Isn't that amazing? CNN boss Mark Thompson reportedly plans to announce layoffs Thursday, just days after he warned top on-air talent, including Jake Tapper and Manderson Pooper, that they ought to avoid prejudging President Trump. Oh, no. Prejudge? You can't prejudge? Now what are we going to do? So they announced layoffs, and they're laying off hundreds of people. And then NBC News laying off hundreds of people. Now let's go to the next New York Post story from January 7th of 2025. Washington Post lays off 4% of workforce as turmoil engulfs Jeff Bezos-owned newspaper. He's only got hundreds of billions of dollars. And he bought the Washington Post like some people buy cufflinks. And so he could be close to Hillary Clinton, who was going to be president at the time, you may recall. Isn't that amazing? So, wait a minute. The Washington Post is laying people off. NBC News is laying people off. CNN is laying people off. Mark Zuckerberg at his giant megacorp is laying off, I think it's 5% of his workforce, because Zuckerberg, he's not rich enough, right? And he's laying off huge swaths of his workforce. And somehow none of that comes into the conversation at MSDNC or beyond. Isn't that amazing? And our old former friend, Michael Steele, who was a Republican but isn't anymore, was the lieutenant governor of the state of Maryland, a very liberal state, now is paid money by MSDNC. And boy, they must pay him a lot. Because, again, I always liked Michael Steele, but I don't know who this man is. I think his brain has been taken over by a very tiny alien in a tiny spaceship that flew up his nose or someplace and took over his brain. Michael Steele going mad at MSDNC.
The data, dumbass. Your stuff. Elon Musk has his chemicals in everything they're doing, not just off of X. But now he's in the Treasury Department. He's in the Labor Department. He's in the Department of Homeland Security. Damn.
Who's there now, Steele? Again, I always like Michael Steele. I always found him to be a lot of fun. He's obviously had some kind of a mental breakdown to be spewing stuff like that. So who's in there now? Who's in the, and then of course our news media being the most corrupt institution in America.
He was never confirmed by the Senate. He's got no security clearance.
You want Elon Musk and no security clearance and have not gone.
Outside consultants with no security clearance.
Whenever there is no security clearance, there is a corruption risk.
No security clearance.
The White House says he's a special government employee. He has no security clearance. No security clearance.
People can't access the sensitive payment systems in the government unless you have a security clearance and you're free of conflicts of interest. But if you don't have a security clearance and you have conflicts of interest, you shouldn't be able to get your hands on my constituents' social security checks.
Yeah. Well, Elon Musk has a space program that he operates with in conjunction with the federal government, and he's had a top secret security clearance for years. Now, it's the government, so when you say top secret, that's not the most top secret security clearance. There are higher security clearances, but this one is top secret. And all he wants to do is find out where the money's going. Why do these filthy, corrupt Democrats want to stop anyone from looking at where our money is going? It's our money. You're fired. You are so fired. Man, oh man. I gotta tell you, I think Elon Musk should go into, I saw a tweet today. Who said that? Said Elon Musk should go to Fort Knox and go into the vaults and see if we have any gold there, because we might not. Pretty amazing stuff. But he's had a top secret security clearance for years. Pay no attention to that. Everything they say is a lie, even the innocuous stuff. Why would you lie about that? The answer is because they lie about everything, and they're very comfortable lying about it. Oh, no, he's going to see. You know, there are thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of people at the IRS that presumably can look up your stinking Social Security number any time of day and see all about what you make. They work at the IRS, and there are thousands of them. The question is, what are they doing with their money? Again, they found $1.9 billion in a slush fund in a bank account that the Biden administration rushed out the door before Inauguration Day so they can send the money to their left-wing radical environmentalist friends. And nobody will be held accountable, I promise you, because Washington, D.C. is one of the most corrupt cities in the world. There's a lot of competition for that.
Don't forget that it's tax season. This is going to have impact.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. Truth Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. Late delays on the Beltway into Silver Spring. The crash on the outer loop at 29 Colesville Road, all contained to the right shoulder. So your travel lanes are open, but slows off of 95 before 212. Because of that late crash, 29, we have late delays out of White Oak into Four Corners. Getting better now the closer you get to the Beltway. Out of Alexandria, the Beltway to the Wilson Bridge. Road crews are in the center through lanes. They block the right lane and delays before Telegraph Road. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Give way to sunshine this afternoon with a high of 37, partly cloudy tonight, low 20.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with all service members and their families. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Making sense of the media.
The news media is attacking him because this is what happens when you're a Republican.
Chris Plant, weekdays 9 to noon.
Yeah, our news media, really.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps stand ready to defend the American way of life. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Hi, I'm Jake Murray, professional race car driver, cab driver, Artie.
Professional cab driver.
Sorry, professional cab driver, Artie. Drinking responsibly is knowing your limits. If you are over yours, ask Artie or someone like Artie to get you home safely. To learn more about drinking responsibly, go to beforeyoudrink.org.
So, you think I could take your number 26 Crown Royal race car for a spin?
Would you get out of there?
Be a champion. Drink responsibly. This message has been brought to you by the Century Council.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook, because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
While serving in Iraq, our vehicle was hit. They didn't think I was going to make it. I'm Latoya Lucas, and I'm a veteran. I had to learn to live with the scars, both visible and invisible.
BAV helps veterans like Latoya get the benefits they've earned. They help more than 1 million veterans every year.
My victory is overcoming my wounds so I can help other veterans.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
You probably know that smell is the sense that serves as the best trigger for memories. Smelling a familiar scent from your childhood can instantly transport you to a memorable place or a moment in time. And according to a new study out of China, it happens even more quickly than we previously thought. Within a fraction of a second, working at a level of sensitivity that is on par with how our brains perceive color. Humans can even discern between various sequences of order. For example, distinguishing a sequence of A before B or the opposite from sequence B before A in just 60 milliseconds. For comparison, the duration of a blink of an eye is 180 milliseconds. Our sense of smell is far more precise and sophisticated than you probably realized. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headlines, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know, all without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Stream your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected. WMAL, making sense of the roads, because traffic doesn't always follow the pattern. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
I'm a Biden communist, Anita Dunn coming up. I've got our transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, coming up, and Mayor Pete Buttigieg. He thought that he'd weigh in. He fails the IQ test every day. Let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Candy, calling from Spotsylvania, Virginia. Candace, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Well, good morning, Chris. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Sure. That's a lot.
Background investigation for the federal government for the 14 years in August. So when I started my career as a background investigator, investigating people for security clearances, which range from public trust to secret, and top secret FBI. And then I do believe the pinnacle, the cherry on top, is top secret FBI with a polygraph. So I came into this job just as the Bush administration was leaving, and people had pretty clean backgrounds. But about 2 years into the Obama administration, I started noticing that a lot of the people I did background investigations on weren't fine, upstanding citizens. They had financial issues, like they weren't paying their bills, they were filing bankruptcies, they had criminal charges all the way up to including felonies. And some of these felonies ranged from sexual assault, domestic violence, robbery. I mean, it was just a litany of stuff. And over the last 4 years under the Biden administration, I would say for every 10 people I do a background on, there's probably 7 or 8 that fall in that category.
Government by
Media station, making sense of the news. News now.
Russia is doubling down on one of its demands, saying it is not enough for NATO not to invite Ukraine into the alliance, but wants the alliance to go one step further, canceling a promise from 2008 that would say that eventually Ukraine could be a part of the group. Talks also reportedly involve a three-stage peace plan. It would also potentially call for elections in Ukraine before the signing of a final agreement. President Volodymyr Zelensky has repeatedly said in the last week that no deal can be made on its behalf if Ukrainian negotiators are not involved.
Fox News' Alex Hogan.
Prince George's County, I am proud to endorse State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy for County Executive.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore throwing his significant political weight in the race to succeed now U.S. Senator Angela Alsobrooks. Moore's a good catch, but former exec Rusher Baker, who's also running, had a response.
Baker is promoting a significant endorsement of his own. All 5 public safety labor unions announcing their support.
Mr. Baker has a past proven record. He's reliable. He's always supported us, and we're going to always support him.
Baker arguing it is significant that the police prefer him over Braveboy, the current top prosecutor.
7 News' Brad Bell. President Trump has made 2 genders an official federal policy, but the debate continues in Frederick County schools.
Many of our community have tirelessly advocated for inclusive policies, especially for transgender and gender nonconforming students.
That from a member of the FCPS Racial Equity Committee, while this high school student explains.
While I understand and support the need to have a welcoming environment, I believe that Policy 443 has inadvertently compromised the comfort and privacy of female students like myself.
School systems that do not comply with White House policy could lose federal school funding. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
A Virginia bill to provide more protection for renters now in the hands of Governor Glenn Youngkin.
When you take advantage of another individual, then there's a punishment that you can receive for that.
Delegate Wendell Walker has been targeting sextortion or sexual extortion committed by landlords to tenants for several years. Lynchburg Commonwealth's attorney Bethany Harrison aided Walker.
When you have someone that comes to you in this sort of situation, it is a real devastating thing to tell them, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do here.
If signed, those who make any sort of threats resulting in eviction in exchange for sex would face a Class 5 felony. That entails up to 10 years in jail and a fine. It would go into effect July 1st. Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
If you're among those who drive and park at Reagan National before you fly, pay attention to this. 850 parking spaces in the economy lot are now gone as construction gets underway on a new parking garage. That new garage won't open until 2026. Officials say it is imperative that you make a reservation if you want to park at Reagan. The Dow now down 139 points. NASDAQ's down 23. Traffic and weather next.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit COPDfoundation.org today.
Attention taxpayers, the IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1 pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience a full body burn with the new Arrowhit workouts, the perfect blend of heart pumping cardio and strength. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code TONAL200. That's Tonal.com and use promo code TONAL200 for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code TONAL200 for $200 off.
Steve Hirschhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Around the Belly now, the outer loop, very heavy and slow, heading west on 495, 95 in College Park, around to the accident at Colesville Road in Silver Spring. It's now on the right shoulder, but it's still very slow heading from College Park to Silver Spring on the outer loop. Then in Montgomery County, the outer loop slows from River Road across the American Legion Bridge into Virginia down towards George Washington Parkway. The accident on the outer loop at the toll road was moved over to the right shoulder. Inner loop is still under speed. Springfield to Gallows Road on 66 eastbound. Still in volume delay. Fairfax County Parkway to the Beltway. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com. The WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Only in the 30s for highs today, so bundle up. We're looking at a decent amount of sunshine and breezes, not quite as gusty as yesterday, but still we'll cut through you. Teens tonight with increasing clouds. We're looking at a mostly cloudy Wednesday, highs only near freezing. Got a chance for a little light snow early Thursday, followed by some cool breezes once again, and eventually some warming by the end of the week. I'm 7 Senior Meteorologist Brian Vandergraaf in the First Alert Weather Center.
27 at Reagan National, John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
What you have is an old, dying establishment fighting its last-minute resistances, and these liberal judges are part of that. The founding fathers would have said those kind of judges, frankly, should be impeached, kicked out of office, and replaced by people who have respect for the constitutional limitations. I think it's absolutely ridiculous to have some local district judge think that he, rather than the president, has been selected by the American people to decide, for example, how to run health and human services. It's a total violation of the Constitution by the judges.
That's the Newtmobile, the Newtster. He knows a thing or two about a thing or two, including the Constitution. And nobody at NBC News can spell the word Constitution, which is kind of interesting, I think. Yeah, very panicked. Yeah, Elon Musk can't look at my Social Security number because he cares about your Social Security number. Yeah, he's going to steal my Social Security, and I'm not going to collect it. I've actually seen that the last couple of days. Yeah, that's what he's really. He won't be satisfied till he's collecting your Social Security, adding it to his $400 billion. You think he puts that in an interest-bearing checking account? Where would he put that $400 billion? Fascinating. Amazing, amazing times we are in. Welcome back once again. We continue to be reachable at 888-630-9625. Elon Musk wants to find where all the money's going, and the Democrats want to do anything to stop that from happening. To prevent that from happening. Why could that be? How could one explain such a bizarre phenomenon? And I love these radical left-wing lunatics at the news media, the left wing. It's almost all left-wing media, and their brains are not good brains. They're not honest people. Here is the New Republic. That's a very left-wing outfit. They claim to be a magazine. It's just a website, and it used to be a hard copy magazine. Now it's just communist propaganda. And here is the gang of commies at the New Republic. And what are they? TNR, right? They're TNR, the New Republic. And they've got their big headline that has them very excited. Does Elon Musk even have security clearance to access sensitive data? Well, believe it or not, in government computers at the IRS, everybody's got access to those computers. And they're a bunch of 21-year-olds who just got out of bad college. And they're looking through all your private, personal information, including your stinking Social Security number and all your tax data and everything. And then there's the Treasury Department. And the Democrats, again, Willie Sutton, the bank robber, that's where the money is, and that's where Elon Musk wants to look. And that's why the Democrats want to stop him. But why do the Democrats want to stop him? Are they up to something nefarious? Are they involved in criminal activity that might be exposed if anyone takes a look at it? So does Elon Musk even have security clearance to access sensitive data? You don't have to have a security clearance to look at an awful lot of government data. Ask 1 million government employees that can do it every day. Elon Musk is rooting around highly sensitive data. Yeah, he's got his own space program with the government. Honestly, Jeff Bezos got a $600 million contract with the CIA, and he owns the Washington Post. What kind of propaganda outlet do you think the Washington Post is? And he might not even have been properly vetted. Yeah, he's one of the most famous people on the face of the earth. I think he's been vetted time and again. He's got more government contracts than you've got hair follicles, and he's doing just fine. Elon Musk is now considered a special government employee by the White House, but exactly what kind of access that provides and whether he has appropriate security clearance to access the nation's most sensitive data. He's not accessing the nation's most sensitive data by a long, long shot, is still unclear to even top officials in the Trump administration. Yeah, like the New Republic would know anything about it. They're still having sex with Biden administration officials and spreading monkeypox wherever they go. CNN's chief White House correspondent, Caitlin Collins, who's proven to be a complete hack of late, time and time again, pressed the issue during a briefing Monday, grilling White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Caroline Leavitt put her in her place, and then President Trump put her in her place because she's a fraud and a hack. And honestly, I won't use the words that I'm thinking. Amazing stuff. As to whether the world's richest man had received a clearance or background check to operate within the government. Again, multi-billion-dollar contracts falling through his ceiling tiles everywhere you look. But never mind that. Now, here's the reality that these people, with their heads wedged into their own dark and remote locations, they refuse to learn. They're very, very ignorant people. From back in December of 2024, that's a couple of months ago now, December 16th, why Elon Musk doesn't have access to all of SpaceX's top secret work. Doesn't have access to all of SpaceX's top secret work, according to a report. SpaceX's business with U.S. defense and security agencies has grown rapidly in recent years. SpaceX CEO Elon Musk's knowledge of the work the space exploration company does for the U.S. military and intelligence community is limited by his security clearance level. But the company reportedly has not sought to secure a higher clearance for Musk over concerns about disclosure that could jeopardize his current clearance. Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean? The Wall Street Journal reported, citing people familiar, they're always citing people familiar in that thing, citing people familiar with the matter, that SpaceX lawyers recommended that the company's leadership not pursue a higher security clearance for Musk because he would have been asked about contacts with foreign officials as well as prior drug use. Oh, no. He smoked pot, which is legal everywhere now. Don't worry about it. Musk holds a top secret clearance that gives him access to some of SpaceX's sensitive programs. However, he does not have the higher level authorizations for sensitive compartmented information, SCI. That's SCI that the nice lady that Candy was just talking about, because our last caller has been involved in putting people through their security background checks for years now, for administration after administration. And the SCI, compartmented information clearance is much higher. Sensitive, not secret, but sensitive compartmented information that roughly 400 SpaceX employees have. So there are about 400 employees at SpaceX that have the TSSCI, as it's called in Washington. We like to talk in code whenever possible. And our friend Candy she's familiar with the jargon. TSSCI is top secret, special compartmented information for secretive stuff. So 400 people at SpaceX. Oh, no, how old are they? Are any of them just 21 years old? Because the Democrats want to pretend that we should all panic about that because of their many mental illnesses. nor the permissions for special access programs, SAP, as a smaller number of the company's workers have, the Wall Street Journal reported. SpaceX's legal team explored the risks that could arise from pursuing a more advanced security clearance for Musk in response to the journal's June 2023 report about the billionaire entrepreneur's use of ketamine. Oh no, he used ketamine. That's a drug of some kind. What does ketamine do? I don't know. I don't know anything about ketamine. Michael, are you on ketamine? Jasmine, are you on ketamine? No, you're not on ketamine. Whatever that is. It's a drug that people do apparently. Isn't that amazing? So he's got a top secret security clearance. Now, here's the thing. My office was in the Pentagon for about 10 years, working for CNN. I covered the U.S. military and the intelligence community. And I never had a security clearance, didn't want a security clearance, couldn't work with a security clearance, because every time you revealed a secret of some kind, you'd be committing a felony. So you don't want a top secret. You don't want any security clearance of any kind when you're in the news business. And I was in the news business like very few are these days, telling the truth and things like that. But he's got, in any event, a top secret security clearance. And there are higher security clearances available, as I said in the last hour. But he's been advised that it would be wise of him to not get a higher security clearance. And he doesn't have to be, involved in every detail of everything. He needs to keep the spaceships going up, and then he catches them, when the boosters come back down, which has never happened before, but never mind that. So they tell you a lie, that he doesn't have a security clearance. That's a lie. Do they know it's a lie, or are they just a gang of ignorant, what was it that Dan Aykroyd called them? Ignorant sluts. What is the reality of all this? You're not going to hear it from the Washington Post or from NBC News, because if you get your news from them, then you're lied to all day, every day, and you like it. Isn't that amazing? Yes, it is. Now, the Democrats, they attack everything all the time because they're filth, and they're happy to just lie about everything. Speaking of Pete Buttigieg, and there are many nicknames. A couple of them occurred to me as I was just saying his name out loud, but I was able to contain myself, thankfully. Pete Buttigieg, he sent out a tweet yesterday. He hasn't been banned from Twitter, from X. I think I would ban him today. I think I would not give him access after today, but just for fun. So Pete Buttigieg tweeted, because there was a plane crash in Canada yesterday, in Toronto, and a Canadian regional jet flipped upside down on landing going into the airport. And amazingly, and if you've seen the video of the crash, it's amazing that nobody was killed. 2 people apparently in critical condition, but no one killed in this very dramatic. I mean, your airliner flips upside down. It's a smaller regional jet, but it was a big crash. And it is amazing that no one was killed in this crash. And it's probably because Elon Musk saved them or something. But in any event, back to Pete Buttigieg, who you may remember was our transportation secretary. He never did anything as transportation secretary, but he tweeted yesterday, "The flying public needs answers. How many FAA personnel were just fired? What positions and why? Because government must always expand. It's the universe to the left, and it must be ever expanding. And we know that the universe is ever expanding thanks to the patriarchy and white guys. You're welcome." Now, Pete Buttigieg, the flying public needs answers. How many FAA personnel were just fired, and what positions? Well, it's great that former Republican congressman from Wisconsin and now transportation secretary took Buttigieg's job, right? And it's Sean Duffy. Sean Duffy has a Twitter account too, and it's called Sec Duffy, or Secretary Sean Duffy. And he jumped on, he retweeted Pete Buttigieg's tweet, and Sean Duffy added a couple of choice thoughts. He said, "Mayor Pete," that's how it begins, Mayor Pete. He was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, which has a population smaller than the retirement community called the Villages in Florida. But never mind that. And he was a disastrous failure there, Pothole Pete. And so here comes, and then he was the MIA the whole time. He was transportation secretary, right? And he says, great stuff. Mayor Pete failed for 4 years to address the air traffic controller shortage and upgrade our outdated World War II era air traffic control system. In less than 4 weeks, we have already begun the process and are engaging the smartest minds in the entire world. Now, he's not done by a long shot, and I've got Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy's response to Mayor Pete coming up. Not Secretary Pete, mind you, but Mayor Pete. Just amazing. They're bomb-throwing morons. And what were his qualifications to be Transportation Secretary? He explained were when he was in college, he used to take the train home to see his parents on weekends. Those were his qualifications. That's one qualification, by the way. And that's not a qualification at all. You know that the all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier has finally arrived, and it builds on the incredible success of the previous 2 generations, which earned thousands of 5-star reviews on Al Gore's amazing internet, became an instant bestseller. The new Thunderstorm uses 2 technologies that studies have shown help to kill up to 99.9% of bacteria and viruses in the air. Also smacks down dust and pet dander and smoke and a lot more. And any odor, by the way. The new Thunderstorm will get rid of any stinky smell, guaranteed. Talking trash can, cigarette smoke, stinky shoes, teenager's bedroom. And right now, you can save $200 American on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for a whole home protection. You put one in your basement, your bedroom, any place you like to breathe clean, fresh air. We've got one in our bedroom, one of our living room. All you have to do is go to EdenPureDeals.com and use the discount code Chris3 to save $200 on a 3-pack of Eden Pure Thunderstorms. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is Chris3. Yes, sir. Yeah, I love we got a new transportation secretary, and he's no Pete Buttigieg. I've got the rest of his great response coming up.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
Attention taxpayers. The IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
LifeLock, during tax season, your sensitive info does a lot of traveling to places you can't control, stopping off at payroll, your accountant or a tax preparer, and countless other data centers on its way to the IRS. Any of them can expose you to identity theft because they all have the info in your W-2. Just a ticket for criminals to steal your identity. I had my identity stolen. It was horrible. I got LifeLock. I've been a customer ever since. I've never, ever had that problem again. No wonder the IRS reported tax fraud due to identity theft went up 20% last year. Get LifeLock today. Don't get your identity stolen. They monitor millions of data points per second and alert you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, backed by the $1 million protection package. Restoration's guaranteed or your money back. Don't mess around with this stuff. I dealt with this for a long time before I had LifeLock. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Get LifeLock protection for tax season and beyond. Join now, save up to 40% for your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock, use promo code Bongino, or go to LifeLock.com/Bongino for 40% off. Terms apply. Do it today.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
A few years ago, I wrote a book about how to keep sharp and build a better brain at any age. But keeping your brain sharp as you get older has a lot to do with your heart. And the younger you start taking better care of that, the better. What is good for the heart is often good for the brain. Now, dementia is commonly seen as an incurable, relentless disease that cannot be prevented. But the evidence does show that adopting a healthy lifestyle and identifying and treating vascular risk factors early in life may help preserve normal brain function and reduce the burden of Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. So you want to be heart and therefore brain healthy? Follow a Mediterranean style of eating. Research this. Start doing it. Get plenty of exercise throughout the day, not just all at once, and plenty of sleep. And as best you can, do try and reduce your stress. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook, because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
Making sense of your money, the state of the economy, the ability to afford your life. That's what people want.
Vince Colonnese, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
The kind of thing I pay attention to, I'm looking at.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Issues.
There's a whole lot missing here in this story, isn't there?
We're the only ones reporting this. News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news. Making sense of Washington.
So it happened again? Is that what you're telling me? Yet another guest of this program now has a job in the Trump administration.
Vince Colonnese, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
The Trump transition team spending a lot of time on WMAL.com looking at all of the guests who have appeared on this program, which does bring a smile to my face. I do like that good people are getting good jobs.
Vince Colonnese, 6 p.m. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
WMAL, making sense of social media, because big tech can't be trusted. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
So much Democrat madness. The radical grope replacement New York governor, Kathy Hochul. Remember, Cuomo groped so many women, sexually assaulted so many women that he had to step down. Then there were all the older people that he doomed to certain death in old folks' homes in New York because of the Wuhan Red Death out of Wuhan, China. But now Kathy Hochul is planning on firing the mayor of New York in order to save democracy from itself. And I've got an update for you on that coming up, too. But I do want to get back to Sean Duffy, who tweeted just the biggest slapdown ever to Mayor Pete Buttigieg. And I bet he's had a lot of slapdowns, don't you think? I think President Trump, about a month ago, after the crash over the Potomac River here in Washington, D.C., helicopter into plane, President Trump had a few choice words for Pete Buttigieg.
Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. This guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run the Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of both. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his head into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line on both. He was a disaster. He ran his head into the ground, and he's a disaster. Both. He was a disaster. He ran his head, and he's a disaster. He ran his head, and he's a
Hey now, using a little coarse language there, I think.
Of illegal drugs, child neglect, and endangerment after she was found nearly passed out in her classroom with a bag of white powder in her possession, believed to be cocaine mixed with fentanyl. 36-year-old Candace Carter will be sentenced in May. Traffic and weather next.
This report is sponsored by Regency Furniture. Affordable never looks so good. Style, selection, color, you want it all. You want Regency Furniture. With hundreds of pieces arriving every day, you'll find just what you need to give your rooms a total refresh. If you've got something in mind, they've got something there. Regency Furniture. Affordable never looks so good.
Steve Hirschhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
The outer loop at the Bell Lane delays from New Hampshire Avenue to Colesville Road, where the accident was moved over to the right shoulder. Outer loop after St. Barnabas Road before Route 5. The road work there blocks the right lane pretty slow, off and on as you cross the Wilson Bridge, leaving Alexandria, heading into Maryland. On the inner loop of the Beltway, a little bit heavy past the toll road, not a major delay at the moment. 66 eastbound is under speed through Centerville from Route 29 over to 28 from Route 50 to the Beltway with a couple of breaks there in between now. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Storm Watch 7 forecast.
Sunny and 37 today, 27 at Reagan National. John Matthews, WMAL News.
Hey, I'm Reba McIntyre. In life, you'll hear a lot of people tell you that you can do anything you want. I'm here to tell you that's true. Since I was a little girl, I dreamed of becoming a successful singer and entertainer. It took a lot of hard work, dedication, and perseverance to find my success, but it was worth it. I never gave up on my dreams. Remember, you can never have a dream come true until you've had a dream. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
Mic drop. Hosted by former Navy SEAL Mike Ridley. It's raw.
I've been shot at, blown up, you name it.
It's unfiltered.
You go into the sound of the gun.
It's weird. I mean, I've had so many near-death experiences.
It's tough talk from the top minds in their field.
What if the units took a guy out back and shot him?
Bam, you're gone. I would choose to do what Farmer do. That's what I chose, and it's what I would choose again. I don't want you guys to cut any of this. Just leave them.
Mic drop. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Wonder why your business doesn't show up on online search maps, but your competitors do? It's hundreds of things. Things that Cumulus Boost can identify and fix. And that's how we boost your findability. CumulusBoost.com. CUMULUS Boost.com.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
A colleague of mine recently wrote a story about one simple change she made regarding her social media use that ended up making a big difference on her mood. What was it? Giving up the morning scroll. Instead, she no longer lets herself open any apps until she gets back from a walk with her dog. The sense of dread she said she used to wake up with every day is gone. Turns out that engaging in something in the real world rather than virtual and feeling like you have power over your decisions can make a big difference. That's according to a psychologist Madeline spoke to about this. It front loads your day with positive emotions, which can translate into increased resilience, productivity, willingness to try new things. It also kind of makes you a lot nicer to be around. Also, instead of your phone, try letting natural light be the first light you see. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Every time I feel my baby kick, I sing. You don't understand. I never sing. I'm not good at singing. I'm the only person I know who's been booed off a karaoke stage. But that was before I was pregnant. Today, I'm a singer with a captive audience of one. She doesn't boo me. She never will.
We know how it feels. We're the March of Dimes. Find out how we can help you have a healthier baby at marchofdimesbaby.org.
School absences are often due to the absence of necessary resources. But when Communities in Schools is present, students are connected to the support they need to show up ready to learn. Visit communitiesandschools.org. Being present matters. WMAL, making sense of mainstream media because the double standard is real. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
All right, corrupt, crooked Democrat Party and corrupt media. NBC Fake News has a Democrat they employ named Tom Costello. He is a descendant of the Abbott and Costello comedy duo. He's not really, I just made that up. NBC Fake News, Tom Costello, because how do we blame the Trump administration for a plane flipping over in Toronto, Canada, in which 3 people were critically injured, but no one was killed? It's a miracle on one hand, and the miracle of the Democrat Party and the media is that every breath they take is political hackery. And here's Tom Costello.
This is yet again raised a concern about FAA staffing, air traffic control staffing. There has been this talk about maybe staff cuts at the FAA as a part of President Trump's effort to trim down the federal workforce. This is going to feed into all of these recent incidents, and the safety of the total air traffic system is going to be very much a part of the conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be very much a part of the conversation. And of course, Mika, whose brain is very, very small.
On board survived after a Delta jet flipped over on the runway. It comes as the Trump administration continues its move to gut the federal workforce, including employees at the FAA.
It's assigning blame by implication, by insinuation. Those are 2 words that she's not familiar with, not very bright. This morning on the Today Show on on NBC, not even on MS, they had Willie Geist on. He's normally on their cable byproduct, Willie Geist.
That scene only adding to growing concerns surrounding aviation safety, including that recent midair crash in Washington and the decision to let go of hundreds of FAA employees.
See, and it's in Canada. Now, if it were in Rwanda, I think they'd be towing the same filthy, corrupt. It's not partisan. It is pure political hackery. And if you get your news from them, then you're being misinformed every day. Honestly, was it Mark Twain that said, if you don't read the newspapers, you're uninformed. If you do read the newspapers, you're misinformed. It's never been more true than it is today. Fox 5, Maureen Uma, like the global Muslim population.
This latest aviation incident comes on the heels of the Trump administration firing several hundred FAA employees. Many of those employees were probationary workers.
Many of them were even the British Broadcasting Corporation, which is in Britain, they're towing the same Democrat line.
One of the things that is kind of amazing here is that no one died in this crash, despite the fact that this plane was literally flipped on its head and that the wings were torn off. One of the things that people are talking a lot about this morning is this question from the general public in the U.S. around whether flying is safe. And the experts are saying that nothing really has changed from an administrative level, from a regulatory level, that would have impacted air safety. And so they're saying that, despite these very high profile, very scary and very tragic events, that flying is safe. At the same time, though, we do know that the Trump administration is cleaning house across a number of federal agencies, including the Federal Aviation Administration, firing hundreds of people just in the past couple of days.
They hired an American at the British Broadcasting Corporation there. And then Pete Buttigieg, the flying public needs answers how many FAA personnel were just fired, what positions, and why. He's a former government secretary who didn't. Has he gone to East Palestine, Ohio yet? Because he didn't do anything as transportation secretary except stay home and chest feed his adopted baby, because we all needed pictures of that and images in our head of that. And again, Secretary of Transportation former member of the House of Representatives, Sean Duffy, and an intelligent person and father of 9. Sean Duffy, he responded. He reposted Pete Buttigieg and responded. And he wrote, Mayor Pete, doesn't call him Secretary Pete, Mayor Pete failed for 4 years to address the air traffic controller shortage and upgrade our outdated World War II era air traffic control system. In less than 4 weeks, we've already begun the process and are engaging the smartest minds in the entire world. Here's the truth, he writes. The FAA alone has a staggering 45,000 employees. Less than 400 were let go. I would say fewer than 400, but less than 400 were let go. Now, I did the math, just the back of the envelope math on that. Let's just, the easy math is 40,000 versus 400, right? And I think, let me see, out of 40,000, 400 would be less than 0.1% of the employees, of the 45,000 employees. If it were 40,000 employees, right, and you fired, let's see, well, it's less than 0.1%. And so and it was so, staffing was so critically balanced that if you let go 0.1% of FAA employees, then planes start falling out of the sky and everybody's dead. That's what the statists would have you believe. And they're happy to lie to you, like Mayor Pete. So there we go. The FAA alone has staggering 45,000 employees. Less than 400 were let go. And they were all probationary. Some said, what was that? NBC said, some of them are probationary. The Secretary of Transportation says, no, all of them were probationary, meaning they had been hired less than 1 year ago. They're probably not waving planes onto runways and telling them to flip upside down. So, meaning they had all been hired less than 1 year ago. 0 air traffic controllers were let go. 0 air traffic controllers and critical safety personnel were let go. By the way, they're not working in the control tower in Canada because it's not yet the 51st state. Just a bad hockey team and some nasty hockey fans. But never mind that. Secretary Sean Duffy continues, Mayor Pete chose to use this amazing department that is so critical to America's success as a slush fund for the Green New Scam and environmental justice nonsense. Not to mention over 90% of the workforce under his leadership were working from home, including him. Minor detail. The building was empty. When we finally get a full accounting of his mismanagement, I look forward to hearing from him. In the meantime, I will not rest until I return the Department of Transportation and its incredible employees to its mission of efficiency and safety. I love that he put efficiency in there, a little Doge thing, the Department of Government Efficiency, right? So there's but the key elements here are fewer than 0.1% of the 45,000 employees were let go. 0 air traffic controllers were let go. 0 critical safety personnel were let go. But the news media and the Democrats, and I repeat myself, they have no regard for what is true. They're only political vehicles for the left to destroy the world. That's who they are. I'm appalled by them. I love Jim Acosta. Remember Jim Acosta? He used to be at CNN and he got fired repeatedly for being such a rectal aperture. The left-wing radicals at Mediaite have a headline today. Jim Acosta calls on press to, quote, band together, end quote. So he's engaged in a RICO statute violating conspiracy, launching a conspiracy to undermine government, and, quote, refuse to cover, end quote, Trump until he backs down from AP ban, the Associated Press, who they're not welcoming into the White House press pool, the tight pool to go into the Oval Office. because the AP, the Associated Press, has staked out a very political position, and that is that their President Trump has said, now the United States government is going to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. We surround as much of it as Mexico does, right? And AP says we're going to do what we want. Mexico calls it the Gulf of Mexico. We're going with what Mexico says. So the White House is slapping their wrists a little. And here's Abelio Acosta, his real name, Abelio. Why Jim, nobody knows. Abelio Acosta calling on media outlets to engage in a conspiracy, a political conspiracy, to band together, and refuse to cover Trump. Now, first of all, they would never do that. He's the best thing they've ever covered in their lifetimes. But here's Jim Acosta. Now, what does he do? He tells people stories in a bus stop in Washington, D.C., and streams it from his iPhone. I think that's it, which is provided to him by the patriarchy. Lucky him. Just amazing stuff. Wah, wah, wah. Also, over the weekend, this is kind of a big deal. The Shelby Talcott tweeted out, Trump, meaning President Donald Trump, says on Truth Social that U.S. military forces, killed an al-Qaeda leader over the weekend via precision airstrike in Syria. That's where you might find a lot of them. And sure enough, President Trump wrote, U.S. forces conducted a precision airstrike against a member of al-Qaeda in Syria this weekend. The terrorist leader was working with al-Qaeda across the region. Congratulations to CENTCOM Commander General Michael Kurilla. And that's the U.S. Central Command at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida. And the U.S. warfighters who dealt justice to another jihadi threatening America and our allies and partners. Isn't that great? That is great. All right, let's grab a phone call. Michael, let's go to Dave calling from Silver Spring, Maryland. David, you're on the Chris Plant Show. Hey, Dave.
Someone something stupid this is what they're saying full on going on. You're 100% right, of course, and it is an effort to restore a government that is by, for, and of the people,
that is working on our behalf instead of toward their own goals because of the entrenched bureaucrats by the hundreds of thousands that the Democrats. Now, I'm not sure if you heard Candy, who called in earlier, and she was wonderful. She's been doing background checks for the U.S. government, which means security clearances and all that for years and years, going back to the end of the Bush administration, she said. And during Obama, more and more people with checkered backgrounds were showing up and getting the government jobs than under Biden. What'd she say? 7 in 10 had checkered backgrounds that would have prevented them from getting their clearances in another era. And the bureaucracy has become the Soviet Union. We thought we had won the Cold War. Little did we know the Bolsheviks had just moved into the Democrat Party, become the Democrat Party, and the permanent
in this case are fundamentally unserious people. They don't lose that you need qualified people to do it. Everybody can do it. They don't take the advice. They don't take the like any other animal, basically, the tyrant, it's over. The other one, the tyrant. And that's what we're talking about what was it, conservative, conservative. Tyrant, what he was talking about. I gotta say the permanent bureaucrats who really do believe that they own whatever department agency they operate within.
Top Social Security official leaves after Musk team seeks data access. Well, you're a government employee, and Elon Musk representing the president as a special government employee outranks you at the social, but they're leaving. I think the acting head of the IRS is also stepping down because they don't want any scrutiny of what's happening to our money, forgetting that it's our money and that they work for us. And the president of the United States is the boss of them. You are 100% right. You got to go. Fire them all. I'm sorry, you say, well, I don't work for you. No, you do. You work for the taxpayers, you work for the people, and we elected the president of the United States, the chief executive of the executive branch, which, they are the boss of the government departments and agencies. You work for them. You are not your own boss. You don't own the federal government. Just amazing.
One time had an employee who said, I'm not doing that. And my wife said, well, I'm not leaving.
Wow. I got to tell you, and it's right. It's the permanent bureaucracy, and they're dug in. They're entrenched, and they're planning on fighting the president of the United States to the death. These people are quite mad, and it's time that they got a kick in the rump and pushed out the door. Honestly, that chain of command. You're not the boss of me. No, the president of the United States is the boss of you, and Elon Musk does have a top secret security clearance, which you don't need to look at 99.8% of the documents at the Treasury Department or at the IRS, just by the way.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Former U.S. Navy SEAL Sean Ryan captures real stories about sacrifice and strength.
My biggest fear wasn't death. My biggest fear was nobody will remember me.
That motivates a lot of people.
Just made me feel invincible. Hopefully, still going. They were all convinced, I think, that they were about to die. This rush and stress comes over me because now it's soul time.
All of a sudden, I'm saying, what is really important?
Let us reveal the truth of ourselves.
That's it.
The Sean Ryan Show. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Illuminating the issues.
There's a whole lot missing here in this story, isn't there?
Every day.
Why are we the only ones reporting this?
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
Every 15 seconds, someone is diagnosed with cancer. If it's happened to you or someone you love, the American Cancer Society can help at every step of the journey. Visit cancer.org today.
We're the stronger than we look type. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 2. The braver than you think type.
I have to take insulin shots every single day.
The type that will stop at nothing.
No more blood sugar tests.
Absolutely nothing.
No more complications.
Until type 1 becomes type none.
Support JDRF's life-changing research, and one day you'll say, I helped turn type 1 into type none. Join us now at jdrf.org.
When your business information is missing or inconsistent across the internet, search engines won't find you, and customers won't either. Help ensure customers see you and not your competitors. Boost your findability. Cumulusboost.com. CUMULUS Boost.com.
Bravo TV star Lala Kent holds nothing back.
When someone tries to get hypey with me,
You match energy.
I do match, and it's all just.
Get to know the TV personality.
It is one specific storyline that lasts 14 weeks plus a couple reunions, and then you move on.
And the mom.
My parenting, and actually Ocean really liked it. Would you like a cookie? And some Taylor Swift. Shake it off.
Give them Lala. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
This is my new best friend, Esther. She might look like any normal, playful puppy, but Esther's being raised to become a canine companion for independent assistance dog for a person with a disability. To get there, she needs lots of loving care and attention, plenty of exercise, and good eating habits so that she can live a long and healthy life for her future family. Visit cci.org or call 1-800-572-BARK. Raise a puppy, change a life. You can make a world of difference in the life of a person with a disability.
Inside the biggest stories in music, it's Rolling Stone Music Now.
Stone recently ran a great cover story on Chapel Roan.
And of course, when she did eventually find her voice, it was just a little too late.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform. Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Here it is.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 to 9 p.m.
Listen to this, would you?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. You can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish@wish.org.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
Wealth building expert Candy Valentino paves the path to success.
I was a founder before I could legally order a drink. Now my goal is to help you.
All right, 6. My meter reads 6. Well, I got to do a few things, so I'm going to close this chat down and come back later. You know, my enemies were wanting to know what radio station I was listening to. All I can say is Rocky knows the address. If you want to listen to what I listen to, it's WMAL 105.9 in Washington, D.C. You can type in Chris Plant. You can type in Mark Levin. You can type in Dan Bongino, and you're going to find it. So I got some things I'm going to do, and then I'll be back. You're going to like it. I got some content coming. This is going to get the fuckers going. But
they fired so many shots. He said, the people that tried to kill Congress by attacking the U.S. Congress on January 6th, will let you know where I stand. I'm with them.
yeah, that's Chris Matthews.
Chris Matthews, the rhetoric of Fort Sumter and the Civil War again.
He's the big boss at home and the big boss overseas, and nobody stands in his way. And I watch the Democrats and the media too. It's very hard to take on a firing squad. A lot of bullets coming your way, all aiming at you, and you've got to shoot back in all directions at the same time. Nobody in the Democratic Party can say Schumer can't do it. He's a good leader.
You know, Pelosi was a fabulous leader, but the ability to take on all his shots at once. Now that's
Pelosi was a fabulous leader. Says the man who gets a thrill up his leg seeing Obama.
Party mass murder rhetoric. Given the recent history of Luigi Mangione,
Wow.
Democrat assassin, murderer. Donald Trump has been shot once. Another guy with a rifle grabbed in the tree line along his golf course, the edge of his golf course. We've had a Democrat self-immolate at Trump Hotel in an Elon Musk vehicle in Las Vegas. We've had Democrats committing suicide attacks. Congressman Steve Scalise with their boy James Hodgkinson. Maybe you should.
WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station, making sense of the news. News now.
It's at 11. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he is optimistic peace can be reached between Russia and Ukraine.
I came away today convinced that they are willing to begin to engage in a serious process.
Ukrainian officials were not a part of the talks, and National Security Advisor Michael Waltz pushed back on claims Ukraine is being left out.
Secretary of State just met with President Zelensky days ago, along with the Vice President, 7 cabinet members.
A State Department spokesperson says the two sides are appointing high-level teams to work on ending the war, quote, in a way that is enduring, sustainable, and acceptable to all sides. Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
I was talking to my nephew about cameras so I could tether it to this. So when I go live, if I want to show you my bird feeder, right now the snowbank is higher than the rail of the porch. What I was going to say is you heard about the plane getting flipped over up in Canada, right? Now, Toronto's a ways from me. But all that weather that comes off that lake, we all get the same shit. All right. And yesterday we get they call them microbursts because of where I live, the St. Lawrence Valley. JC's on the other side. Ottawa's really not that far away from me. All right. And it was windy. It flipped them little planes over like nothing. All it takes is 60-mile-an-hour winds. Those planes go. Whoosh. Big ones, not so much, but the little ones, turbulence. Yeah, it's tricky typing on there, and half the time, a fucking joint in my hand. Well, actually, about 99% of the time. Yeah. So yeah, you can download the app for WMAL, any radio station. If you know their address, you can do WABC out of New York City. I mean, you got Mad Jim. He knows everything about, Mad Jim. Yeah, you're fine when you're riding Rusty's coattails, because that's what all you guys. I can say that about myself. I don't ride Rusty's coattails. Even though that woman keeps me blocked, she still sees me. It's just, I'm fast. I'm not a spammer. If I were a spammer, I'd be using bots. I said this again. I have to explain myself to you, fucker Wiggin. It's one thing when the women do it. I'm not going to hold a grudge against a woman, especially over this. But you, Wiggin, on the other hand, right? Oh, bros before hoes. Oh, bro. Oh, Justine. Where's your new lover, Ziggy? Are Ziggy tag teaming you and Jan, or what? Is that what you want to talk about? You want to talk gutter talk, Justine? Is that why you're here? All caps crew. Are you part of that? All caps crew. I got like mad birds out there. I don't know where these fucking blackbirds come from. Fuckers are supposed to fly south for the winter. Must be there's food here for them. Not because I'm not the only one who feeds the birds. You know, Justine, why would I claim something like that if I didn't do it? Why would I lie about that? I'm not like your other friends. I don't make shit up about myself or other people. Justine, do you understand that? Now, I was watching you. You turn your camera on, and you got a compliment. I forget who said it. Let me think about it. But somebody said that you're better looking than Tiffany. You're not OG. No, you're not. OG. You know, I'm more OG than you are, Justine. You're just a loudmouth. The best, you're tedious, Justine. Tedious. Now the offer is out there. Gotti versus DA. Because DA wouldn't do it over his chat. Wiggin wouldn't do it at his chat. But I'll do it here. Wiggins mad because I can do things different. Come on up here, Wiggin, and dictate how I shouldn't be listening to this radio. As the chats turn. Hey, I'm waiting for the weather to break so I can go up to the church and help clean the snow out. I do the Baptist church and I do the Methodist church. If it needs to be done, I just show up. I do whatever I feel like doing. Justine, just get help, will you? You should go live and have all your friends come there and hang. You won't have to worry about going to other people's panels. Someone saying you're better looking than Tiffany. That's really not much of a compliment.
Questions about what they're doing with the data, why they want access to private tax information from Americans. Do you not have those questions as a member of the oversight committee?
I have questions. The only reason you'd have questions is if you're doing something crooked. And you're going to see a lot of congressmen with red faces when they follow
not yet
the members of Congress now. And that's the bottom line.
Too cold to stand outside with a BB gun.
Obviously, on CNN, maybe every Republican should boycott CNN and never do it again. They should be relegated to the ash heap of journalistic history. Yeah, they don't want to let anybody in. Why would they not want to let anybody in? Aren't they government employees? The headline is Social Security head.
Justine, why are you retracting your fucking comments? Huh?
Of recipient information. AP sources.
Here, let me help you. Since you want to remove your comments, here, let me help you out, Justine. Here, I'll help you out, Justine, okay?
The Social Security Administration's acting.
Let me help you out, Justine. You won't have to worry about removing your comments no more. There you go. Your words have no meaning here whatsoever, Justine. Go play. This ain't the place for you, Justine.
To access Social Security recipient information.
Sorry.
According to two people familiar with the official's departure who were not authorized to discuss the matter publicly. You should all be gassed. All right? These are not state secrets. This is not the Operation Overlord. This is not the invasion of Normandy. You're an idiot, and nobody should trust you because you've proven to be untrustworthy.
You can go brag that I banned you, okay?
Michelle King's departure from the agency.
Play with your
over the
friends,
weekend
Justine.
After more than 30 years.
I don't want
of
anything to
service.
do with you.
Whereas
You're
everybody else is
disgusting.
ready for retirement.
You are.
30 years in the government. She's long overdue. She's maxed
Now,
out.
Gotti
She
can
couldn't
have
get
fun
any
with you.
more
I don't give a
from her
fuck.
30 years. If
He
she
just
stayed
does
around
it.
for
So,
another
you know, they just did that to get you go up there so they got something to make fun of. You know, but I got something else to make fun of.
You know,
A lot better than you. This what I have. What I'm going to do next is going to get these fuckers going really bad. Watch, mark my words. I do it all the time, and I'm going to do it again.
Government efficiency staffers at the Social Security
The
Administration.
South's going to do it again. Well, I'm the North, so
Information. The people said
you gotta like Charlie Daniels.
You know, the unidentified people.
One of the
they're
best.
Identified because it's
Straight up there.
And so
Big time.
she's stepping down, and I'm supposed to care about that. Right now, can we see the damn files that you're trying to keep secret? Because Elon Musk already revealed that you guys are not very good at keeping the books. There's a whole lot wrong with the way you're keeping the
I
books.
lied. I'm not shutting down.
So many
I want you guys to hear this if you want to listen.
and your computer, and they're like, well, they're not, the 260-year-olds are not receiving Social Security. Well, that's comforting to hear. But on the other hand, now, White House spokesperson Harrison Fields. I know Harrison Fields. I've worked with Harrison Fields. He's a great guy. White House spokesperson Harrison Fields released a statement Monday night saying, President Trump has nominated the highly qualified and talented Frank Bisignano. What is it? Bisignano. To lead the Social Security Administration, and we expect him to be swiftly confirmed in the coming weeks, should be in the coming hours. In the meantime, the agency will be led by a career Social Security anti-fraud expert as the acting commissioner. Harrison Fields, a good man, added, President Trump is committed to appointing the best and most qualified individuals who are dedicated to working on behalf of the American people, not to appease the bureaucracy that has failed them for far too long. Great statement by Harrison Fields. Wonderful stuff. King's exit, the 30-year bureaucrat. King's exit from the Social Security Administration is one of several departments, or departures rather, of high-ranking officials concerned about DOJ staffers' potential unlawful access to private taxpayer information. Nobody cares about your private taxpayer information. They're trying to find out where the trillions and trillions of dollars are going. Why we are $36 trillion in debt. Why we would have to spend 1 million years, literally, paying down our national debt at $1 per second, because 36 trillion seconds is more than 1 million years. So if we paid down the debt at $1 a second, it would take us more than 1 million years. Maybe somebody should speak up about that. Isn't that amazing? And these Associated Press people, since Republican President Donald Trump has retaken the White House, his billionaire advisor, Elon Musk, Trump's a billionaire too, shouldn't you say, Republican billionaire President Donald Trump? His billionaire advisor, Elon Musk, has rapidly burrowed deep into federal agencies while avoiding public scrutiny. No, it's the bureaucracy that's avoiding public scrutiny. He's attempting to bring public scrutiny, and the Associated Press corruptly backs the people who are obstructing public scrutiny of our tax dollars. These are our tax dollars. And again, we learned that there are how many millions of people over 100 years old that are in the Social Security database. And they've got people that are like 160 years old in their database. And they say, well, they're not receiving Social Security. Well, that's comforting to hear. But maybe you guys should get your house in order before you start lashing out at everybody like demented teenagers. Just saying. And since we're taking a look at where our money is going, and the Democrats are trying to obstruct us, maybe we should have FBI pre-dawn raids with battering rams and flashlights on their helmets and things. Just amazing stuff. Now, we found out another amazing government expenditure, because they're everywhere, and they're spending our money on transgender animals. Transgender animals, because, boy, they've got this gender thing. They're so screwed up. People that are this screwed up shouldn't be in charge of any government money, any taxpayer dollars, honestly. And Elon Musk and these, I don't know if they're all young men or young men and young women, these smart young people who've made their way to the side of Elon Musk, and they're knocking politely and saying, hey, the President of the United States sent us. We'd like to see what's going on with the tax dollars that you guys have here. And they are doing everything they can. They're resigning in a state of outrage. And the head of the Social Security Administration resigning after 30 years. I'm sure she'll be on MSNBC this morning, because I'll bet $1 that she's an MSNBC consumer and not a Newsmax viewer. What do you think? Let's go to the phones, Michael. I haven't gone to the phones in a while. I'm on a tear today. I really am. All right, let's go to Jim, calling from Fairfield, Pennsylvania. Jimmy, you're on the Chris Plant Show. Hey, Jim.
You get to make a work and in the meantime, just like today, the lefty, the mainstream media, talking to their people, Yeah. Yeah, PATCO, the Professional Air Traffic Controllers Organization, PATCO. And it was a union, and again, even Franklin Delano Roosevelt was dead set against allowing government employees to unionize, because he knew it would corrupt the heck out of government. And Ronald Reagan did say, because they were threatening, we've got power, we'll shut down air traffic in the United States. And they were anti-Reagan because these communists take over the unions, because there's a steady flow of money coming into their coffers. And Ronald Reagan was having none of it, said, that's it, you're out, and we'll bring in new people, which he did, and it was seamless and wonderful. And you're right about Ronaldus Maximus, and just the greatest stuff, amazing stuff. And in the meantime, the Democrats don't want us to find out what they're doing with our money. And a House of Representatives Oversight Committee, and Congressman Eli Crane from Arizona, Republican from Arizona, the Oversight Committee, they uncovered 241 million taxpayer dollars was used to study transgender surgeries and treatments on animals. On animals. Now, I got to say, Jim, this mental illness must stop. This dementia, this insanity that they have about gender must stop. And it's usually children. It's the... Yeah, I think that's already happening. A lot of people who are talked into becoming transgender by Democrats, because they want them to be part of a population that has a 40% rate of attempted suicide. And the Democrats are encouraging and enticing more of that. And they're completely nuts. Yeah, but Just the News has the story today.
out of the House Oversight Committee and Congressman Eli Crane, Republican, Arizona. And the committee discovered that Dr. Anthony Fauci, the former director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, authorized 95% of the transgender animal experiments. So they're not only hell-bent on the genital mutilation of human children, they have shifted their focus over to animals, and $241 million to look at transgender surgeries on animals. And Anthony Fauci approved 95% of it. And we as taxpayers are supposed to say, isn't that great? We're looking into all these wonderful things. And if you're a Democrat and you think, no, that's good, that's a good use of taxpayer dollars, then you shouldn't be allowed to vote anymore. You honestly shouldn't. You should have the right, or drive a car, I think. And if you have children, then child services should be brought in to probably relocate the children. This is not just crazy politics. This is mental illness, Jim. It really is. But of course, certainly. Right. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, beagles. They were cute, adorable little beagles with flappy ears, little brown and white dogs. And Anthony Fauci was involved in torturing them to death for medical experiments. I wonder if they were severing their genitals and feeding them to piranha or something like that. Just nuts. Completely nuts. No, I'm with you, Jim. I could care less whether Elon Musk or the guys working for him have access to my Social Security number. I suspect they're less likely to do anything nefarious with my Social Security number or my inconsequential financial information than the thousands, tens of thousands of employees already at the IRS, already at the Treasury Department. These permanent bureaucrats are a much greater threat to me. And you're right about stripping away our freedoms. As I like to say, Jim, the left is coming for your rights. The left is coming for your rights. I think we still have stuff at the Chris Plant store. The left is coming for your rights, T-shirts and coffee mugs. The left is coming for your rights. And we're raising generations of people that aren't aware that that's an issue because they have not been educated in the importance of maintaining your rights. Save your rights. Stop the left. Jim, thank you very much. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, going to sleep at night. Oh, no, what's Elon Musk doing with my Social Security number? Not much. And I saw a headline saying that he's going to take all your Social Security money and keep it from you, because that makes sense to someone with very serious mental issues. You know, this country was built on hard work, and whether you're a person who stands long hours every day, runs errands all over the place, chasing the kids and work, and just doing your part to keep the world turning, you shouldn't have to deal with nasty fatigue and foot pain every day, and that's where G-Defy shoes come in. G-Defy shoes built with patented VersaShock technology. The Federal Trade Commission has authorized G-Defy to tell you that these shoes help relieve minor occasional pain, your feet, your knees, your hips, your back, associated with walking and running and standing for a long time. G-Defy shoes help to absorb harmful shock and align your body to improve your biomechanics and return energy with every step you take. I've told you, my best girl and I, we've got our G-Defy shoes they sent us. We wear them around town. Your feet feel better at the end of your hike. And right now, you can get 50% off your order of $120 or more by texting Chris to 91888. Or you can go to Al Gore's Amazing Internet to gdefy.com and use the code Chris. With G-Defy's 60-day risk-free trial, you've got nothing to lose. Message and data rate supply. Yeah. We should be afraid of Elon Musk, not the permanent bureaucracy where the 30-year head of Social Security quits her job rather than allowing people to see what's going on there. Time to waterboard her, I think.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
Attention taxpayers, the IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. Don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation, but then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live. Yeah. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with all service members and their families. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. Making sense of your world on the go. Your favorite show, skip the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app. This is for you. Get the WMAL app on Google Play or the Apple App Store and stay connected.
I was choosing alcohol over my family. That's when I made the call. Now I'm finding better ways to cope.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
YouTube personality Betty Johnson has cracked the code on a new era of newsmaking.
Very strong. For nobody. It's a new cultural landscape. We'll decide this for proud now. It's already your country, bro. The Benny Show. Hey, if this is something that you needed, put a little pat on your step. Huh? Yeah. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students, teachers, and your community and beyond. Learn more at donorschoose.org.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's disease research program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps stand ready to defend the American way of life. With you, the proud, the Marines.
If you're listening to sports, you're looking for an edge rusher, you're looking for a run stuffer, you're looking for a big-time player in the middle of your defense, you're in luck.
Mixed with pop culture, sprinkled with celebrity interviews.
You hated the title Everybody Loves Raymond. That's true. Is it appropriate for you to tell people to hurry it up?
It's appropriate on Curb Your Enthusiasm. Bill Burr is here. Defeated to get that title as best dad ever. Saga of dads.
And you're enjoying the Rich Eisen Show podcast. Follow and listen on your favorite platform. How's it going? Coach, you going to stick my hand? Heavy. So, wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm heavy. Coach, when someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for fast, F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, S, speech difficulty, E, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden sign. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council. Mark Levin, weekdays 6 till 9 on 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
I really have the clock on myself. I can't go to a call right now, but I will. Now, President Trump and Elon Musk sat down for an interview with Sean Hannity at the Fox News channel. And I have some of that for you coming right up. And Musk is just casual. You see, he's impregnated a woman. His 13th child is in the pipeline now. Is it like Mormon or Amish or something? I don't know. But I've got coming up. This is the Chris Plant Show. WMAL Media Station, making sense of the news. News now.
WMAL News at 11:30. I'm Heather Curtis. The Trump administration set a 2-week deadline for schools and universities to get rid of DEI programs or lose federal money. Included in that, an ultimatum from the Department of Ed that universities stop using racial preferences to factor in admissions, financial aid, or hiring. Some say not recruiting teachers from underrepresented groups is discrimination. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says after meeting today with his Russian counterpart in Saudi Arabia, they've agreed to start working toward ending the war in Ukraine, improving diplomatic and economic ties between the U.S. and the Kremlin, and reopening their respective embassies in Washington and Moscow. President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country will not accept any outcome from the talks since he didn't take part. Traffic Mother next.
Blindster.com.
Kyle, founder of Blindster.com. Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
Here's Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Head over to Beltsville, Maryland again. Route 197 is still closed both ways, north and southbound, between Old Laurel Bowie Road and Powder Mill Road because of a tree that fell on some power lines there. The utility work there continues until further notice. 270 southbound, slow-moving maintenance vehicle is in Germantown, south of Route 118 before Middlebrook Road. The right lane is closed, causing delays down from Father Hurley Boulevard. Fairfax County Parkway southbound at Pope's Head Road. The construction, you're down to one lane there, very heavy and slow passing that. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Today, gradually becoming sunny with highs in the upper 30s. Right now, 29 degrees in Washington. I'm Heather Curtis on WMAL.
Clarity and contact for complex work.
To be far more thorough and specific than ever before.
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news. Making sense of Washington.
So it happened again? Is that what you're telling me? Yet another guest of this program now has a job in the Trump administration.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
The Trump transition team is spending a lot of time on WMAL.com looking at all of the guests who have appeared on this program, which does bring a smile to my face. I do like that good people are getting good jobs.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps stand ready to defend the American way of life. With you, the proud Marine.
It's stronger than we look type. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 2. The braver than you think type.
I have to take insulin shots every single day.
The type that will stop at nothing.
No more blood sugar tests.
Absolutely nothing. No more. So type 1 becomes type 9.
Support JDRF life-changing research, and one day you'll say, I helped turn type 1 into type 9. Join us now at jdrf.org.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's Disease Research Program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. See, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. You can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with all service members and their families. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headline, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know, all without having to remember yet another password. Yeah, your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app. Thank you. Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected. WMAL, making sense of party politics, because somebody's got to hold their feet to the fire. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Our media can't be trusted. If they tell you that today is Tuesday, get a second source. The old bad newsroom joke. A lot of people in newsrooms are not very funny. They used to say in newsrooms, if your mother tells you she loves you, get a second source. I guess they gave up on all that stuff a long time ago, didn't they? The phony, baloney, fake news media everywhere. They put out fake stories and fake headlines. And ABC in Philadelphia. The headline is Trump administration begins firings of FAA air traffic control staff just weeks after fatal DC plane crash. Say they're trying to blame Trump for a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter hitting a commuter jet coming into Reagan Airport in Washington, D.C. And the Secretary of Transportation put out a statement not so long ago, hours ago, saying that 400 people were let go from the FAA. Out of 45,000 employees, 400 were let go. Fewer than 0.1% of employees. And all of them, according to the Secretary of the Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, were probationary. They had worked there for less than a year. I don't think they're waving planes into wind shear. And zero.
I got water running right now to wash dishes. I'm in the kitchen. My hands are wet right now.
But if you get your news from
Wiggin.
ABC 6,
There's 10 people here. So I guess I ain't shutting it down. I'm going to have to leave this fucker up.
And you may spew
crybabies are welcome.
Or any place else.
Fuck you, Wiggin.
Newsrooms, they all get their news from each other, of course, and nobody gets a second source on whether your mother loves you or anything else, for that matter. Just extraordinary stuff. Now, our news media site. Now, Elon Musk and President of the United States, Donald Trump, sat down for a television interview with Fox News' Sean Hannity. And they've released a couple of clips, not big clips, but a couple of clips. And Elon Musk had a pretty good moment here. He's like, he was, of course, loved by the Democrats until about 20 minutes ago. Now they've got to put stickers on their cars, on their Musk-mobiles, saying, oh, I bought this before Elon Musk went crazy. He didn't go crazy, but your brain power is in question right now. So Elon Musk talking to Sean Hannity. There's a bigger part of the interview later, but today they've released clips.
I would think liberals would love the fact that you have the biggest electric vehicle company in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be adored by that.
I mean, it's really good.
I mean, it's the whole sort of it was the quote like Trump derangement syndrome. And I think, you don't realize how real this is until you can't reason with people. And so I was at a friend's birthday party and this is birthday dinner. I have to mention the president's name. And it was like they got shot with a dart in the jugular that contained like methamphetamine and rabies. Okay. You know, I don't feel like it wrong, but the guy is like, he's kind of like normal conversation. It's like it's like they come completely irrational.
They most certainly do. And I've got to say, ask any liberal with the trillions of dollars that the U.S. government takes in every year and the trillions of dollars that go out every year from the U.S. government and the $36 trillion in debt that have been accrued. Do you think there is any waste in government spending? And roughly 100% of those people would say, well, yes, yes. Do you think there is any abuse, fraud, when it comes to trillions of dollars, literally trillions of dollars? And unless they're just mental cases, they'll say, yes, yes, there's waste, there's fraud, there's abuse, but the Democrats want more of it. They like it. Illegal aliens raping and killing in the United States, they want more of it. I know that because of their policy choices, right? And it doesn't matter to them. It literally just doesn't matter because the Democrat Party.
Fucking cocksucker.
Berserk. You want to find out now? Again, the head of the Social Security Administration resigns after 30 years working for the government because somebody said, well, we just want to open the books. You know, an envoy of the President of the United States. Want to open the books and take a look. What? I will resign before I allow that to happen. And then, how about the head of the IRS? Was the current head of the IRS, was that person there when Lois Lerner and the Democrat Party under Barack Obama and Joe Biden targeted Tea Party groups and patriot groups? They used the IRS to target the political enemies of the Democrat Party. And these people then retire in good standing with their government pensions and so on, with no penalty whatsoever. Lois Lerner, classic example, she should have been in handcuffs after that congressional hearing where she spat in the face of the American people. But never mind that. And since we just played that, I know I mentioned a few minutes ago, Elon Musk and his 13th child in the oven, right? Now, last night, Elon Musk breaks silence after mega influencer claims he's fathered 13th child. Musk is yet to directly respond to Ashley St. Clair, who claims to have given birth to their child 5
Copy everything I do. Everything. You don't come up with nothing. Sniveling Bill, are you kidding me? He's the one sniveling. Fuck you. Bunch of fucking punks. I'm just a troll. I'm just a troll.
As you might expect. Why would he?
I forgot to give Hayden a brain. Wiggin fears me. He does.
She worked at the Daily Caller, right? And she
fuck you, Wiggin.
Too, which was funny and clever and fun and all that stuff. But she would appear on conservative television and a conservative woman, which is, you know, largely.
Weather still is nasty out. It's cold.
And all that. Hygiene. These things are very important. Liberal women who are
Let the wind quit blowing.
In the United States of America, I shared that.
See, where am I at here?
He's not unhappy, and boy, now I guess she's.
The fuck does that mean? Favoring Wiggin every day. Well, you guys are just fucking stupid. You really are dumb fucks. No.
To tech billionaires, the tech billionaires.
Yeah, we just fucking do that.
Ashley St. Clair, 26 years old, 26, sent Musk's form into a frenzy last week.
There goes Amish, just drove by. One of them.
5-month-old child. Now, Elon Musk, I think his wealth and fortune. I said this morning,
bye.
What is he worth? $400 billion? And it turns out I was wrong. I embellished, I exaggerated. Only
You're gay, Wiggin.
$394 billion. 394.
You're gay with whippy poo.
The point two is $200 million. Right?
Again,
the point two
you're
is
gay with
$200 million.
Alpesh. You like that guy, don't you? Boy, he's a good troll, isn't he? You love Alpesh. Well, he does good work, huh? That fucker can't even do a push-up.
53 years old.
That fucker can't even push himself up off the floor, hardly.
And instead went on the social media tirade.
Holy fuck. He'd crumble.
Seemingly every other issue.
Fucking pussy boy. Talk about being a pussy.
Claims that he has become
I have no doubt Wolfie, if Wolfie punched Alpesh Patel in the face, he'd crumble.
So the Tesla CEO.
And I guarantee you, Wolfie's probably just as weak as a girl can be.
Efficiency shared a post by the satirical right-wing news outlet where St. Clair used to write, the Babylon Bee, and responded to a photo of his ex-partner, Siobhan Zilis, with whom he shares twins. Now, on Saturday, Elon Musk shared a one-word reply to an ex-user who reposted a screenshot of a tweet by Ashley St. Clair in 2020, joking that she wanted a marriage proposal from the Silicon Valley stalwart. Now, this is pretty crazy. And again, a very attractive young woman, 26 years old. Now she's got a child that's 5 months old. And I'm guessing that she's going to be just fine from here on out. Because when you have $394.2 billion, you don't even want to take it to court. What do you bother? So what can we do to make you stop plaguing me? Ashley St. Clair plotted for half a decade to ensnare Elon Musk, the caption in the post. And Elon Musk responded, "Whoa." That's it. That was his response. Why would you say any more than that? Ashley St. Clair called Elon Musk out for responding to so-called smears rather than directly communicating with her. This is the beginning of negotiations. That's what we have here. Am I right? Negotiations? I think negotiations ongoing. She'll be fine, Ashley St. Clair. She might have to look for a new boyfriend, but that might not be too difficult because she's going to be a wealthy woman. I am telling you. All right. Now, I don't have, I've used, that's all the audio we have of Elon Musk, and we don't have Donald Trump from the Sean Hannity interview as of yet. But we have a great many things going. These dimwits, yesterday, Monday, was a federal national holiday. It's both federal and national. And it was President's Day. And at MSDNC, the lunatics decided, because they didn't vote for Trump, that it's time to put an end to President's Day. There should be no more President's Day because Trump is president. And the Democrats say, well, not every president was great, so we shouldn't have. Here is number 17. It begins right in. They've got the anchor woman. We were mocking her earlier because she's dishonest. Ali Vitali. That's kind of a funny name. It's the start of a song, I think. Ali Vitali on MSDNC, and they've got this ridiculous fake presidential historian named Lindsay Chervinsky. And Lindsay Chervinsky is, I don't think she voted for Trump.
This presidential historian says President's Day is ridiculous. We should scrap it. What do you mean? It is a little bit silly. I mean, we have had some real duds, so I'm not sure we really want to be celebrating all presidents. And the tradition actually comes from celebrating birthdays, which is a celebration that we inherited from celebrating the king. And I'm just not sure that that's exactly what we want. I think instead it makes a lot more sense to celebrate actions. Let's celebrate Washington returning his command and ensuring that there wasn't a military dictatorship. Let's celebrate Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, things that they actually had control over as opposed to their birthday.
Yeah, things they actually have. That's a great kings because, right. What about Hitler? Do you celebrate Hitler's birthday? You people. You know what Hitler's birthday is? It's 420, man. It's 420. He knows. It's 420. That's January, February, March. That's April 20th. That's 420. See, and here's the presidential historian, Lindsay Chervinsky.
By celebrating all of them, I do think it causes us to think of the president as somehow other, when in reality they are citizens. So you're saying almost normalize the presidency. Normalize the presidency and then celebrate extraordinary service.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That reminds me of another NBC, CNN presidential historian, Michael Beschloss, who's a rich kid from, wealthy family with servants growing up and all that stuff. Michael Beschloss, presidential historian, with his take on Republicans. This is Trump's first term in office. He was concerned that Republicans might do well in the midterm elections.
No, it's still windy out.
What might result if Republicans did well in the midterm elections?
What was at stake tonight and this week was the fact whether we will be a democracy in the future, whether our children will be arrested and conceivably killed. We're on the edge of a brutal authoritarian system, and it could be a week away.
Oh no, Trump president! We're all gonna die.
They're going to be killed. Presidential historian, former presidential historian Michael Beschloss. He then outfitted himself in an Al-Qaeda style suicide vest and blew himself up in a Jewish school. There's kind of weird. He didn't really, but it would be unsurprising to me if he did. Were these people very upset? I was talking to my friend Miko Palka. Were these people really upset about access to social security numbers and stuff when Lois Lerner at the IRS targeted Tea Party groups and patriot groups? And then the Tea Party groups sued and won millions of dollars, where they were awarded millions of dollars from the IRS, taxpayer dollars, because of the criminal activity, and nobody was held accountable. Isn't that remarkable? And where were the Democrats? Oh, no, they can look at my Social Security number. They can't go in the war room. They'll see the big board.
Are you aware of what a serious breach of security that would be? You see everything. You see the big board. You're listening to the Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WM.
I brought this up yesterday. I brought it up plenty of times in the past about President's Day and Martin Luther Day. You hear where she said that the President Day come from? Absolutely. This is what they're teaching in the primary and secondary schools. And it causes a conflict because that's not why we have President's Day. We have President's Day because Congress made Martin Luther King Day. There used to be Washington's birthday and then Lincoln's birthday. So they stole Washington's birthday for Martin Luther King, kept it a federal holiday, and then President's Day is for Washington and Lincoln, and the two biggest icons of our history. And Wiggin, I'm sick of you attacking me. It's not joking. Insult and innuendo is not joking. It's not funny. You know, who else copies me is Lucas. Lucas is behind a lot of this. I know you are, Lucas, because you're fucking holding hands with Randy. So, you know, you're tied in there too, Lucas. So when I see Walter Byrne and them other accounts, I think of you, Lucas. You fucking pudgy fuck. Because of Kings. Duh. That's a fact. You fucking come up and debate me on it. Bring your proof. Why do we have President's Day? And then he brings up Lois Lerner. Yeah, a target. Yeah. Fucking fraud and shit's been going on. Nobody at the IRS or none of them get in trouble. Congress not doing their job. The executive branch has every right to police its, they administer the laws. So when Congress appropriates money, all right, the presidency enforces those laws. That's what that money is for. And the president has discretion. He can move money around and shit. Lars Borgstein, you're a fucking idiot. And Wiggin, you're a bigger fucking idiot for supporting him and that other stupid fucking Britain that's a fucking olive oil armed, goofy looking fuck. Want to fight, Wiggin? I'll fight with you fucker. Been fighting with you the whole time I've been here. You want to fight? You disable your chat. I made you buy a couch. Now you won't even run a side chat. And I'm not even one of them going in your room. I go in once, post it, you get fucking flustered and you banned it. You don't hear me crying. You sitting there, you just wanting me to come into your chat. Fuck you. I'll never try to go up on your panel. I've been up there. You're a touch hole. Big time. Know who all your fucking friends are, and they back you on this shit. That's pretty ignorant. Yeah, nice way to treat that lady. Must be paying her a livable wage for her to put up with that horse shit. Could she sue you for harassment? Lorianne is right, daughter of truth. You're a dumb fucker. She's right out. I watched that right from the get-go. First post that she made, and you fucking got mad. Now you hear Wiggin fucking calling off to her. I said something a long time ago because I see her posting and shit. Just to stir the pot a little bit. If I ever had a guardian angel out here, it is certainly Lorianne. She's known me a long time. And you got Rocky Goldman. The Goldman effect. You got the Hayden effect and you got the Goldman effect because he does have an effect. Why'd you cry about Rocky? Wiggin? Why did you do that? Publicly. Why wouldn't you try to talk to me in private? You won't. So, Wiggin, fuck you. You're just a worm to me now. I'll put you on a fucking hook and bait, motherfuckers.
Everyone has mentioned even the most cynical, the most hysterical. Listen to this. CBS News. Top criminal prosecutor in U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. resigns. Why would the top prosecutor in D.C. resign? Well, it is a woman who is a left-wing radical, doesn't put criminals in prison. The head of the criminal division in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, D.C. has resigned her post. Might be a man who goes by her, hard to say. The latest in a string of Justice Department officials to leave under the Trump administration. Good. Get out. You're a criminal. It should be a pre-dawn raid to arrest you, probably. In an email obtained by CBS News, Denise Chung notified her colleagues.
My eyebrows show my age.
Took an oath of office to support and defend the Constitution, really saving democracy by destroying it. I have executed this duty faithfully during my tenure. Now, the crazy thing is that she says that the reason that she's very upset is because of environmental money, billions in environmental money that somehow the DC U.S. Attorney Criminal Division is charged with distributing. She's stepping down following a dispute over freezing Biden-era environmental grants. Aren't you the criminal division in Washington, D.C., and then about shooting people and stuff like that? But the Washington Post has got a hatchet job piece, too. Hatchet job on Trump, of course.
The head of the criminal division, U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C., resigned Tuesday morning. Good riddance, after declining to comply with a Trump administration demand to freeze assets of a multi-billion-dollar Biden environmental grant initiative. The environmental grant initiative, I believe, is the one using money from the Inflation Reduction Act, which was never about inflation. That was one of the biggest lies ever told in human history. Hundreds of billions of dollars to be distributed to Democrat Party allies because they're going to make the weather better. Aren't they amazing? Just great. And what the environmental? What's with that? And why was the Inflation Reduction Act used as a cover for environmental money?
We are one nation under God, indivisible, together.
Oh, someone said Vader was live. Let me check. I'm gonna check, see if you're live, Vader. Because I did post in your chat earlier. That was me. Wow, you left 54 minutes ago, Vader. And you're live 3 hours, 23 minutes. See, you guys still got my picture up on your fucking community page, Vader? I know you're cloning me. I know you're cloning me, Vader. Because you got that particular pictures. Them particular pictures. See if you still have them here. Yeah, because I know you're using it, Vader. Right there's the proof, Vader. So there you go. Think you're smart? No, you're dumb, motherfucker. You know that. You're one dumb motherfucker. Yeah, look at you got that one too. Look at that's supposed to be Gotti. Were you privy to that, Vader?
The state is still reeling from snow and flood events starting 10 days ago with federal disaster relief.
I mean, look at well, you really think highly of yourself. Look at this fucking guy, Vader. What the fuck is wrong with you, Vader?
Under the snow threat to get in provisions and get off Virginia roads by.
So I know you're doing it, Vader. I don't care. You call me. I really don't. Vader. I mean, look at you. Look at this fucking shit. Are you supposed to be tough looking or something? You got a big cock. You think you got a big cock? You know, I'm talking like that. I'm right in the gutter with you, Vader. Nobody wants that. These women don't want this shit. You fucking live at home. You don't have your own. You don't even have your own pad. At least Randy has his own pad. If he kept it clean, he'd probably be able to bring some women home, right? Vader, why you got my picture up on your community page? I don't put anybody's picture up on my community. I show them here. Wait till you see what I got coming. That's 6 months ago. I mean, look at, scary. Oh, I'm going to destroy you with my big cock. I'm going to destroy you with my big cock. Oh. Come on, Vader. Oh, Billy wants me up on his channel. Why? I only get the bitches. You ain't got no women. And fucking Rain calling you pedophile for I don't know how many months. Why is that? Women don't like you. She doesn't talk about me. She fucking talks about Wigan, and she's, been watching, laying in the weeds. Hey, what's that look for? Is that the look? Is that like what is that supposed to do to a person? Please tell me. Huh? I go fucking splash my face with some water and wet my hair back like I got Grecian formula in it. Little dippity do. Do they still make Brill cream? I'm not sure. Vader, why you got my fucking pitch? I mean, look at this shit he does. Look at hey, what the fuck is wrong with you? Ooh, Vader. Oh, you're so cool. Oh, Vader. Yeah. You know that Joy Ann Reed is a big Star Wars fucking fan. They talk about that shit all the time, Vader. Fucking limp dick motherfucker. That was a strap on you pulled out on Empress's panel. I seen the fucking thing.
Until about 3 o'clock this afternoon in Beltsville, Maryland. Route 197 remains closed both ways near Powder Mill Road because of a tree on some power lines there. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL store.
So here's that central leftist atheist guy, right? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. That fucker. Blocks, unblocks. You guys are fucking pathetic.
Right now it is 29 degrees at Bailey's Crossroads, 31 in Upper Marlboro, and 29 degrees under partly cloudy skies here in Washington. I'm Heather Curtis, on News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
105.9 FM and tweeting worldwide on the WMAL app. Dan Bongino. The NYPD, the Secret Service.
I mean, like this one here. What the fuck? Vader. That's supposed to impress someone like Wolfster or Zenny or even the others. Oh, what's her name there? Queen Bee. That's with what's his name there? And a few others.
So rich, so fat. How the
Vader. What the fuck is this shit?
a bunch of people who listen, there are some who have had their own success. To stigmatize an entire group of people is naive. And so, a lot of these people in Congress and
Vader.
At the state and local level.
What the fuck is this?
But they leave. There's this one particular, let's call politician I know locally who I've asked about this many times. The guy is, do you want to call this guy
Vader.
mediocrity is actually an insult to me.
Come destroy me.
And then every time I see this guy, he's got this nice car. I'm like, how the hell does this guy do that?
Yeah. You're just another Wiggins wiener. You're a Wiggins wiener.
You know, the old, looks like a duck, walks like
Wiggins,
a duck.
one of Wiggins weenies.
Doug. How are these people getting?
He's never really been with me. It's been going on a long time. This was bound to happen. What's going on right now?
International show everybody probably can relate to.
Fucking crying bitch.
What particular skill?
I mean, this is one of his generals in his army. That's a Wiggins general right there. That's Wiggins got him. He's got Alpesh Patel. He's got Whippy Poo. He's got all these fucking degenerates that he's fucking cried about in the past.
It's interesting to watch them attack Elon. You know, little thing like rockets.
Look at that shit.
We basically create.
Oh, he got big cock. Big cock.
Yeah, me sending rockets and then having a thing like what they call like the chopsticks actually catch a rocket descending back from space. I mean, we've all done.
He's not falling off a ladder with the alligator. He's just finding a way to get a rocket, right, Jim?
Oh yeah, he's real satanic. Well, I'm really scared of him. Oh, don't hurt me, Vader. Please, Vader. I don't want to be destroyed, Vader. I'm sorry, Vader.
Elon, hate Elon, or don't really care? You're agnostic on the whole issue?
Vader, I'm sorry, Vader.
This dude has like a little bit of smarts and probably can figure a lot of stuff out. It's funny. Elon's done so much, Jim, that a lot of people forget. He basically reinvented payment systems in the United States too.
Yeah, my friend Wiggin.
That gets lost in the whole thing.
My buddy fucker. My buddy fucker Wiggin.
Taking the money and going and living a lavish lifestyle and buying a yacht. He did pretty well with PayPal. What did he do? He reinvested it into Tesla. And then instead of sitting on his ass and doing nothing, if the Tesla, he's like, I think I want to send like a rocket into space and catch it in some chopsticks or something like that on the way back. Like, who thinks that? The answer is Elon Musk. But that's not Nancy Pelosi.
JC made her home in Vegas chat finally. I have a hard time getting my mind around the connection. Mina, Angie, Rusty, back to Mina, back to Rusty, back to Angie.
I think it resonates with a lot of based on the viewership itself. We've had millions of viewers on this podcast. This Doe story is not a one-day story. It's not a one-week story.
I watched Charmy call Angie a deadbeat mom. Ever who Charmy is.
Biggest bird's eye view scandal of the last, say, 100, 150 years of politics. Follow them up. When you follow the massive,
I don't know, is Angie bait? That Bud guy, he's a little out there. I don't know if I'd want him around my kids. He's too fucking lovey touchy feely. Oh, I'm so warm inside. He's one of them fuckers.
The American taxpayer.
That's right, Bud. You are fucking. I wouldn't let you around any kids.
How about this today? I covered this the other day on the podcast on Friday.
You need to just stay in the Blue Oyster Bar there. There from fucking
I know it's
the Eastwood's movie. But is it Every Which Way But Loose? There was 2 movies he did.
It wasn't a particularly good newspaper. Not to bore you with the stupid details that seem irrelevant. They're not. But the clips.
JC uses conservatives. I think she's got that picture where Clyde's in the truck with his middle finger out, right turn Clyde. All right. JC Clint Eastwood would be disgusted if he knew what you do.
I wasn't even trying to be silly or funny about it, or coy, or exaggeration for effect or anything like that. I just asked a simple question.
Then you want to say you support Americans and all that shit. You're so disingenuous, JC. Billy's bipolar because I said I wouldn't date him. Oh, he wants my pussy. Oh, you got that Guitar J guy. That's probably what's it? The Godfather, the guy from New York City. Unless it, you got Robin Bunny Buns. You're fucked up, Wiggin. You're mad because I fucking busted 98% of your fucked up trolls. I've ruined your troll game completely, Wiggin. That's why you're doing this.
I met a lot of really good people.
Ruined your troll game inadvertently. Didn't mean to. And the first time you accuse me of something, I just fucking red flag to me, you dumb fuck. Fuck you, Wiggin. I'm gonna curse you every day now. And make up for the shit you and your little girlfriend been doing. Go ahead, fucking record me. I don't give a fuck. I just feed on it. It just makes me stronger.
You ever see them on camera? A lot of them are good. A lot of them have that magnetic.
I'm gonna make lunch here pretty soon. I'm gonna leave this off.
Candidly with each other. A lot of them don't. You know who I'm talking about. You see them.
I take my phone with me.
Like, oh my gosh, this guy again. Come on, tell me you don't do it. You don't do that with Trump because you never know what he's going to say. You don't do that with Elon.
But you see some of these guys, they're total mediocrities, no social skills, no intellectual skills. They've created nothing. They've never sent a rocket into space, and yet they're worth 50, 20, $100 million. Who knows what? Jim, what's Pelosi worth? Who even knows? I mean, these online figures are all over the place. How the hell did they make so much money? Folks, do you understand that the Doge fight that has been uncovering not just how much money is spent in the government, but where specifically the money is going to? What does it say? According to Investopedia, so we'll give it a plus or minus, 25%, $240 million. That's an obscene amount of money, folks. Where did this all come from? The congressional salary ranges from, I think, about $174, $174,000 a year plus bennies to $225. It gets more, plus a couple of like fringe benefits. But it's really not $1 million a year. Where'd you get all this money from? Folks, it's a big influence peddling scheme. That's why, again, this Doge thing is not just about the amounts. Notice what the Democrats are panicked about. Again, always gauge the success of what you're doing by the specific political opponent response. When they freak out about X, it means X is really doing damage to their money flows, right? Notice they freaked out when Elon Musk started to mention that a lot of the Social Security payments and Treasury payments that went out had no description box filled out. In other words, the payment went out and nobody knows where it went. Folks, that's insane. I run a business. We pay out the tiniest of fractions of what the federal government does. And I can assure you in our payment systems, we keep a good account of where exactly those payments went. Working on even an inventory system now for even the smallest things. So we know where the money went so we don't buy stuff twice. You're telling me the $7 trillion federal government keeps no track over it at all for a lot of these payments? And you notice the Democrats melted down, specifically when Musk started to talk about not just the amounts, but where the money was going. Because I don't answer that question for you. How the hell did they get so rich? Can you point to something? Divorce yourself from politics for a moment if you can. Well, some of you, if you live in a nice, Florida's a funny place to live. Florida's one of these places. I don't know if Texas is the same way, Jim, but Florida's an interesting place because where I live in Florida, it is not uncommon for you to go to drive from one community that's middle class, lower middle class, even poor, and then the next road over is $1 million community. It's not uncommon at all like that, and the reason is not to get into Florida's history, but Florida was traditionally, a tourist spot. Not a lot of people live down here, 100 years. It's just hot before air conditioning and all this stuff. So you had people basically move in, some who didn't have a lot of assets, who lived here because they, regional interests or whatever. But, wealthier people started moving later, and a lot of the land was already taken up by people who are middle class, lower middle class, even poor. And even some of the land was right on the water. And then as real estate started to skyrocket, they didn't dislodge any of the people. They still lived there. If you were to, Jim's been to my house. You go down the road from my house, right? We have this place on the water. Nice place. I like it. Whatever. Who cares? Look at me. It's not a look at me. You drive down the road. Make a left out of my house. I'm not kidding. You're gonna see exactly what I'm talking about. So you can explain, however, in these areas how these folks you live near, they kind of made it get lost in that. If you live near successful people, you can usually figure out how they got their money. Some of it may even be dishonest. You may live near a guy who was in the Joey Bag of Donuts crime family. He may have $1 million house, but you know where he got his money from. You may not like it. Like maybe a lot of criminality, but at least you know. Do you notice with the government, nobody can explain anything? You're like, How do these congressmen consistently beat the stock market? The stock market, folks, which rational maximizers and collective knowledge. It's unbelievable that people who invest professionally for a living are losing to a bunch of dopey members of Congress who beat them. No one ever goes, wow, that's kind of strange. It's almost like they know something. These people are mediocrity, many of them. And nobody can explain to you with a straight freaking face how they made all their money. This is why the Doge thing is such an epic disaster for the left. They don't know what to do. It is clearly connected, either primarily or tangentially, to the left's gravy train, meaning either they're directly profiting from the money somehow, being on boards and elsewhere that are getting paid by the government, or they're profiting through lobbyists who are lobbying for NGOs and other operations that are funding their campaigns, that are promising them jobs later. They are clearly profiting from it. So they have taken an untenable political position, the Democrats, which is, we're going to combat efforts to fight government waste and abuse. We're going to combat, even though it's a political loser, because if they don't, the gravy train dries up. So they're in this spot where they can pick the money or their job, but they can't have both. And right now, they're still choosing the money. Can you imagine being so out of touch with actual voters that as a political party, you're fighting against massive waste in government that's costing actual working class, bust your ass taxpayers money every day? That's where we are right now. I got a lot on this coming up, including a bunch of audio. Big show for you today. Don't go anywhere. It's the Dan Bonji.
Attention all patriots. Time is running out to claim your free Trump knife. Unlimited masterpiece that stands as bold and strong as America itself. Order your free Trump knife today at TrumpKnife47.com. Just pay a small shipping and handling fee. Add this limited edition masterpiece to your Trump collection. This is a razor-sharp, precision-engineered symbol of American pride. Many military, first responders, outdoor enthusiasts, and patriots agree. This high-quality knife is a seamless blend of style and function. It's the perfect tool for around the house or on the go. Order your free Trump knife for a small shipping and handling fee at TrumpKnife47.com. Etched with Trump, make America great again. It's a daily reminder of your patriotic pride. Celebrate President Trump. Celebrate American values. Supplies are limited, so order your Trump knife today before they're all gone. Don't wait. Visit TrumpKnife47.com right now to claim your free Trump knife. You just have to pay shipping and handling. That's TrumpKnife47.com. Shipping and handling fees apply. Offer valid while supplies last. Paid for by Intramax.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Attention taxpayers, the IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1-pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience a full-body burn with the new Arrowhit workouts, the perfect blend of heart-pumping cardio and strength. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code Tonal200. That's Tonal.com and use promo code Tonal200 for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code Tonal200 for $200 off.
LifeLock, during tax season, your sensitive info, does a lot of traveling to places you can't control. Stopping off your payroll, your accountant, or a tax preparer, and countless other data centers on its way to the IRS. Any of them can expose you to identity theft because they all have the info on your W-2. Just a ticket for criminals to steal your identity.
I had my identity stolen. It was horrible. I got LifeLock. I've been a customer ever since. I've never, ever had that problem again. No wonder the IRS reported tax fraud due to identity theft more than 20% this year. Get LifeLock today. Don't get your identity stolen. They monitor millions of data points per second and alert you to threats you can miss. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, backed by the $1 million protection pack. Restoration's guaranteed or your money back. Don't mess around with this stuff. I dealt with this for a long time before I had LifeLock. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Get LifeLock protection for tax season and beyond. Join now, save up to 40% for the first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock, use promo code Bongino, or go to lifelock.com/Bongino for 40% off. Terms apply. Do it today.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, huh?
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we go.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com. Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
You might just hear something that can change your life, or you might not. But why take that chance? The Dan Bongino Show.
I noticed a very conspicuous silence from the liberals who usually love to send us hauntingly evil messages on Facebook and Rumble during the Rumble live chat for the show. I noticed the silence here when I asked a really simple question in the last segment. I've heard no answers. And I don't ask it to be a smartass. I ask it hoping you can actually produce a viable working answer. How did these politicians, notice I said politicians, not just Democrats. How did these politicians get so rich? You look at the net worth of these individuals and it's online, so there's always a fudge factor there. I know it because I look up my stuff, and it's not hard to figure out. Like, I'm invested in a publicly traded. You just look it up. It's public, but it's amazing how often they get it wrong. But say there's a fudge factor of 20, 30%. Jim looked up Pelosi's net worth. Investopedia was at 240 million. Folks, say it's 40 million, 50 million. It doesn't matter. Really, where did that come from? The congressional salary is about $200,000 a year. Did you never spend $1 for 20 years? You're still not even there. Matter of fact, you're not even close. Right. Nice little DC pad, San Francisco pad. Where did you get all the money? I'm genuinely curious. If you have a mobster next door who's rich, at least you know where they got their money. It's illegal. They're probably going to go to jail. It's morally inept and criminal, but you know where they got it. I live next door. One of my neighbors is a very prominent orthopedic surgeon. He's a pretty wealthy guy. He's also impossible to get an appointment with because he's so talented. Because he has a talent. He can slice and dice Zorro style your elbows and knees, and magically you feel better. That's a skill. What the hell are they doing up in Congress? What are they doing that makes them so wealthy? You see why this Doge story has captured the American interest, it's embedded itself like a tick? Because the left doesn't want to lose the gravy train, and the right is like, man, we knew something was up. Now we're seeing it.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. This new year, get out of debt now. There are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. In 2025, resolve to get rid of your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. For almost 20 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. To celebrate 2025, you can start for as little as $99 regardless of how much debt you owe. Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. End the endless cycle of payments now. Take a stand. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially cut your monthly payments. Call Total Financial Freedom now for a free consultation at 800-305-1778. 800-305-1778. That's 800-305-1778. 800-305-1778. Call Total Financial Freedom now. Not available in all states.
Dan Bongino. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Around the outer loop of the Beltway now, pretty slow for the Fire Mark Parkway, across the Legion Bridge, work zone in the right lane before you get to the toll road. Then on the outer loop of Wilson Bridge, the right lane is closed for road work. And that has you very heavy until leaving Alexandria. The delay beginning right around the exit of Telegraph Road. Montgomery County 270 southbound is very slow, 118 in Germantown down to Middlebrook Road, where a slow-moving maintenance vehicle blocks one right lane southbound Fairfax County Parkway at Oaks Head Road down to one lane for road work. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Tonight, partly cloudy, a low around 20. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, afternoon flurries, highs in the mid-20s to lower 30s.
LifeLock, during tax season, your sensitive info does a lot of traveling to places you can't control, stopping off the payroll, your accountant or a tax preparer, and countless other data centers on its way to the IRS. Any of them can expose you to identity theft because they all have the info in your W-2. Just a ticket for criminals to steal your identity. I had my identity stolen. It was horrible. I got LifeLock. I've been a customer ever since. I've never, ever had that problem again. No wonder the IRS reported tax fraud due to identity theft went up 20% this year. Get LifeLock today. Don't get your identity stolen. They monitor millions of data points per second and alert you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, backed by the $1 million protection package. Restoration's guaranteed or your money back. Don't mess around with this stuff. I dealt with this for a long time before I had LifeLock. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Get LifeLock protection for tax season and beyond. Join now, save up to 40% for your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock, use promo code Bongino, or go to lifelock.com/Bongino for 40% off. Terms apply. Do it today.
Attention taxpayers. The IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Every 15 seconds, someone is diagnosed with cancer. If it's happened to you or someone you love, the American Cancer Society can help at every step of the journey. Visit cancer.org today.
Making sense of the media.
The news media is attacking him because this is what happens when you're a Republican.
Chris Plant, weekday 9 to noon.
Yeah, our news media, really.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Searching HVAC near here.
Right here, ma'am. How can we help?
Wow, nobody local? Huh.
Wait, what? We are an HVAC company literally in your neighborhood. Why is she not seeing us?
Just saw the big chains. Well, it is what it is.
Can you not see us?
Nope, they can't see you. Because you're buried deep in the list of local HVAC providers. You are invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost, get found, get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's disease research program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
This is my new best friend, Esther. She might look like any normal, faithful puppy, but Esther's being raised to become a canine companion for independent assistance dog for a person with a disability. To get there, she needs lots of love and care and attention. plenty of exercise, and good eating habits so that she can live a long and healthy life for her future family. Visit CCI.org or call 1-800-572-FARM. Raise a puppy, change a life. You can make a world of difference in the life of a person with a disability.
Any questions? Call 8444 the USA to get the answers. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
Jimbo getting way out at it. Tim's like, I fell off a ladder. I don't know if I'm going to make it in tomorrow. I better get the elements out. So Jim doesn't want his own Pantera incident. He's definitely afraid of Eric. He doesn't want an HR complaint. It's like, I just broke my back. He's like, no, he actually did. He broke his bones in his back. Jim, what is he doing here working? I don't know, folks. Told the poor cat to stay home. Mike's standing by. And he just likes to work. I don't know. Is that what he want me to do? I'm not a cop. You want me to arrest him? Keep him out of the office? Call the police on him? Jim's a trooper. But I can sense what he's doing there. He does not want another Pantera incident, just in case. Just in case the massive drug cocktail he's on wears off. The morphine, the whatever. He's like, come on. Morphine cocktail he's on or whatever. It may wear off.
I don't take any of that before work.
Not before, only after. Plus, he doesn't take it when he's hurting. Only for like pleasure and stuff. Why waste it? Save it for later. I kid. But he did break his back and he's working, which is amazing. We love you, Jim. The audience is very concerned. You get a lot of tweets yesterday?
The audience has been fantastic. Thank you, every single one of you.
You guys are great. We mess around. There's Pam. Pam always jumps in on the Pantera, too. She's one of our P1s. She loves the Pantera. She's always there in case Eric is. Folks, this is starting to rocket its way around the internet. It's not just my show, but it's other shows. I just saw Mario Nafal on X, who does a lot of spaces. They're very popular. He just tweeted the same thing. What the hell are these politicians doing to make themselves so rich? Let me give you an example I heard about a Florida official. I'm not going to use names out here. I'm going to speak in generalities. And the only reason is I've not independently confirmed any of the information, but it's kind of, known. So there's a bunch of, obviously, land development that goes on in Florida. It's a very popular place to move. I'm sure, Jim, you have the same thing in Texas. People are evacuating liberal states. They're moving to Florida, and basically every piece of dry land is being developed. Now, the interesting thing about zoning, which can always be corrupted, is you need local and state officials at times to get your place zoned for what you want. So if you have very strict zoning laws, Texas doesn't have particularly strict zoning laws in a lot of areas, but Florida can. Agree with it or not, you're going to need these local and state officials at times to say, okay, we're going to zone this for a commercial office building. So in other words, I mean, if you really want to know how this stuff goes down, but it transmits to the federal level too, just in a different form, but the overall corruption theme is the same. You're not going to get zoned for a nuclear reactor next to a grammar school in the middle. You're just probably not. It's not going to happen. So if you really need something, say a commercial property built, and it's zoned for residential, there are ways around that. There's always money under the table. There's the offer of jobs when people leave. Influence peddling is a bipartisan thing. I'm certainly not making this a Democrat-only affair. But folks, do you really think anything different happens at the federal level? I'll give you a quick example. You've got some business carve-out, I don't know, for a fishery in Maine. It doesn't matter. You're a fishery in Maine, and there's some piece of federal legislation that's going to cost you a fortune but want you to put monitors on your boats or whatever, and you have to pay for it. That was an actual case, by the way. But you don't think that these industry lobbying for that, whether they love or hate the policy, is interested in influencing politicians? There's always going to be an interest in doing that. The problem is, you have the right to speak out. The problem's an asymmetric one. There is nothing wrong with you, say, in the fishery, or if you want a commercial building in a residential area. There is nothing wrong in a free country with you lobbying for your interests, correct? There's nothing wrong with this. So you're not breaking any laws. Lobbying has this awful, terrible name. I get it. But the hard reality is in a free country, you can lobby for whatever you want as long as you're not breaking the law. You are a citizen too. You have an interest. There's nothing wrong with you calling a local politician or a congressman saying, I'm a tax-paying citizen. I believe this fishery law, this zoning thing is stupid, and I'd like to see those. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with it, if you're assuming you're not breaking any laws, is on the politician side if they start asking for something in return. And folks, it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens a lot, and you damn well know it. That is where this money trail winds up. It doesn't, and it's almost never a direct payment, unless you're really dumb like the Biden family, which let's just again be straight with each other. They were just stupid. Biden was like, just pay my son. Well, pay it to a couple of like shell companies and other things. But he was just stupid. What they do in other ways, there's a promise later with what they'll call regulatory capture. So you're in the SEC, right? And you're looking at some company that's got some shady stock business. Maybe you look the other way, and then look, later on that company hires you when you retire. Did you technically do anything wrong? No, you retired and took a job there. But let's be honest, it was always a winky.
Fucking just takes pictures on its own. Fucking ignorant.
You may have technically done something wrong if you made some arrangement. But if it was kind of a wink and a nod, it's hard to prove. That's why the Doge story is so big, because sane Americans, which is a huge chunk of us, I can prove it to you, Jim. Cut 2 in a second here, Harry Henry. Right? Sane Americans, both Democrats and Republicans, are finally getting the tangible evidence of what they were told was a conspiracy theory for a long time by big government liberals. Oh, no, this government, the money isn't wasted. It's not corrupt. Government's this benevolent, a big daddy figure in your life. It's helping us out. Matter of fact, we need more of it. We need to give money to chips companies and poor people for SNAP. And then we need to send more money to public schools, and we need to send COVID relief. It's all good. And now you're starting to see these payments where they're going with the Doge, and you're like, I knew it. They can't even track them. They don't even know where this money is. So how can you say it was for a good cause? Where is it? I don't know. So how the hell is it a good cause? You don't even know where it is, you dip. I almost slipped there. It's a good cause. Where is it? I don't know. So it's a no cause because you don't even know what the cause is. Here's a CNN pollster we use often, this guy, Harry Henry. The only reason I use this guy is because I don't want to be accused of political bias. This is not Fox, not Newsmax, okay? This is CNN's own network. You don't think Democrats see this? This is insanely popular. I'm going to make the argument to you in the next hour, and please stay tuned, that the reason Bill Clinton, a Democrat, the primary reason he left office with 60% approval, besides doing the in the Oval Office, if you're a young kid watching, I don't ask mom and dad what the I can't say it on the radio. Let's just say there was biological evidence of the in the Oval Office. I've actually seen the room. We used to jokingly call it the Lewinsky bathroom. Here, Bill Clinton gets caught lying about it. Instead of leaving office with like 10% approval, Bill Clinton left office with about 60% sky-high approval as a Democrat. Why? Because, folks, as much as we hate to talk about it, because we know most Democrats these days are the opposite of that Clinton Democrat Party. Newt Gingrich may have pushed them into it, which he did. But the Bill Clinton levels of spending during his presidency as a percentage of GDP were far lower than they are now. That's just a mathematical fact. You can argue with all you want. I'm not supporting Bill Clinton, of course. I can make a strong case to you. That is why he left office with such insanely high approval, despite his scandals. Because there's a huge chunk of sane Democrats. There's a big chunk of them that still support what Donald Trump and others are doing. Here's a CNN poster, blown away by Trump's popularity. And I'm telling you, it's because of what he's doing to trim down government.
CBS News out with a new poll showing that Americans seem to be liking what they're seeing, but it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, I mean, look, but it's not just CBS. You know, I like to take an average of the polls. And holy smokes, I mean, look at what the difference is between now versus 8 years ago during the first Trump term, right? This is Trump's net approval rating on February 10th. You go back to 2017, Trump was already underwater at -5 points on the net approval rating. That's approval minus disapproval. What a difference 8 years makes. He's on the positive side of the ledger at +4 points.
I love the Holy Smokes. By the way, that is an amazing song by Blly Zimmerman. If you heard Holy Smokes, folks, do me a favor. Bongino Army, you will not be disappointed. Go download or wherever you listen to your music. Holy Smokes by Blly Zimmerman. Amazing song. It's Paula's favorite. And you know, Paula and I love Morgan. Like we found Blly Zimmerman at the Morgan concert. That song is bananas. It's so good. Holy Smokes. Check it out. Folks, I'm telling you, we always bring the receipts on this show. The Democrats are taking a loser narrative. We don't want you looking at wasteful government spending. And amazingly, they're plastering it all over social media on TV. And you may be asking yourself, why? Go to my True Social account, either one. I tweeted the same thing this morning. And I said, this is such a loser for them that it's remarkable that a party known for smart political tactics, dumb policies, but smart political tactics they are. Hope he changes stuff. They've outfoxed us on a lot of really stupid stuff. They have terrible ideas, but they're usually better at the marketing. That they have gone all in on this absolute loser, we're going to defend wasteful spending, is insane. But it should tell you something. That they are so concerned about this gravy train of influence through taxpayer dollars that they've been working on for decades now, that they're willing to forfeit everything to preserve it, even their political jobs. Listen, I don't know what's going to happen. Terms. Predictions are stupid. Who cares? They're gonna. Who cares about predictions? Who cares about? I care about results. I'm a spreadsheets guy. We could lose in the midterms. It happens a lot. We may lose some seats. If you're a political strategist focused on the midterms right now, you are praying that the Democrats die on this hill right now. Cue up for me, Cub One. Here's Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff in the Trump White House. How do you defend this if you're a Democrat? How? He believes they may have uncovered trillions of dollars of your taxpayer dollars headed towards senior Social Security that have gone overseas to foreigners in a massive fraud ring. Even if you're a crazy Democrat, wouldn't you at least want the fraud to happen here so the money stays here? It's not even here. Check this out.
As we know, there's a massive amount of fraud in this country. You have, for example, foreign fraud rings. These are foreign nationals who come into the United States. They use fake Social Security numbers. They use fake identities to steal billions in taxpayer benefits. There's no way to know until DOJ gains full access exactly how much money we're talking about. But over a 10-year normal budget window, you could be talking about saving over $1 trillion by clamping down on massive fraud in our tax and entitlement systems, including, again, those carried out by organized fraud and theft rings. And a very important point in all this is to understand that DOJ are subordinate staffers of the federal government. They are political appointees, just like me, just like everyone else in the White House, that serve and answer to the president. So we're not talking about an outside private entity. We're talking about the existing federal staff of the federal government performing their statutory and constitutional duty.
Folks, he didn't even mention the B word. That's a cuss word. No, billions. He's talking about potentially trillions of dollars overseas in organized fraud rings. If you're a senior and you're a radical leftist, so you've checked these two boxes, you're receiving the benefits you did pay in for. I acknowledge that. And, just stating the facts, and you're on Social Security or Medicare, but you're a radical leftist. Aren't you even remotely concerned that the pot of money you are living on right now is being pillaged by open fraud rings overseas? The fraud isn't even happening here. The money's not even staying in the United States. and that there's less money for you? Do you see why Harry Hinton, the pollster's like, well, Donald Trump's at +4 now, but it's a near 10-point turnaround from 2016. Because of this is why Bill Clinton left office with 60% approval despite getting in the White House. Because even left-wing, not the communists love the destruction part of our budget. Even pretty far left Democrats don't want to see their gravy train dry up in their entitlement programs as well. It's such a loser for them. It is hard to believe they have yet to wake up to the nightmare Donald Trump has put them in with Elon Musk. I got more coming up after the break, including a crazy story about food in the military. Yeah, coming up next.
Oil investments involve a high degree of risk and uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
President Trump says drill, baby, drill. And he's declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for more active drilling and support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Don't miss out on this limited time opportunity to create potential income for up to 20 or more years to come. Call 800-553-5220 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Call Encore Energy now at 800-553-5220 and find out if your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-553-5220. That's 800-553-5220. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Making sense of your morning.
Lots of coverage here on that developing story.
O'Connor and Company, weekday mornings from 5 to 9.
Larry O'Connor here getting you through your morning.
Making sense of Washington.
Asking some very specific questions, some legitimate questions.
Making sense of the double standard.
And here's the latest example.
Making sense of the headlines.
Let me break it down for you, because there's plenty to break down here.
O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor. Mornings from 5 to 9. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Searching HVAC near here.
Right here, ma'am. Can we help?
Wow, nobody local? Huh.
Wait, what? We are an HVAC company literally in your neighborhood. Why is she not seeing us?
Just saw the big chain. Well, it is what it is.
What in the... Can you not see us?
Nope, they can't see you because you're buried deep in the list of local HVAC providers. You are invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost, get found, get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. .org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps stand ready to defend the American way of life. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Real stories about real people on the Sean Ryan Show.
John Shrek McPhee.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
All sorts of things.
Professional race program. Drinking responsibly is knowing your rules. For reorders, ask Artie or someone like Artie to issue a statement. Learn more about drinking responsibly at drink.org. So, second picture number 22. Stop for the spin. You get out of there.
The Champions Drink Responsible has been brought to you by the Century Company.
Personality, Betty Johnson has cracked that gold on it.
Very controversial, very strong opinions. Landscape. More problems now, and clearly, favorite platform. Common sense. Dan Bongino show. You know, I love your feedback during the show. You got to show out there and interact more with the audience. Read your Facebook comments, Rumble comments, but once in a while we get a real gem. And by gem, I mean like a stinking pile of horsemen. Here's David W. Dan, please stop saying this is only Democrats. This money is an equal opportunity source. David, I honestly that it's so clear. You just commented without listening to any of the actual show. Jim, did we just not make the point that this is not a Democrat problem? Or did we not say that specifically? Okay. I love comments. I do. I really listen to the show before you. I'm just Hey, Dan, here's my comments about your show. Listen, no, I didn't, but I have okay. Yeah, of course, Republicans have deeply involved in that. Yes, you certainly should say that. That's why there's been such an eruption. However, the organized response to the Doge and the massive government fraud waste is clearly a Democrat thing. Prove me wrong. Where is the group of Republicans screaming that Elon should be fired? Show me. Well, you can't. So I'm right about at least that part. Yeah, government waste and fraud is a bipartisan disaster. They did a whole podcast. Have you seen the news from some economists forecasting a depression by the year 2030? It could be in a perfect storm. So Medicare at a breaking point with the largest generation, smaller workforce, using as a smaller tax base, pair that with a growing national debt and rising cost of living, we could have a big to help protect your family from the future. Gold has been a safe haven at the center of economic times. And Birch Gold makes it easy to diversify a portion of your savings into physical gold. Birch Gold will help you transition an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and it doesn't cost you a penny. Help protect your future. Text Bongino to 989898. Get your free info kit on gold and a copy of the Ultimate Guide for Gold in the Trump Era with forward by Donald Trump Jr. No obligation, only information. I buy my gold from Birch Gold. We trust. That's my name, Bongino, for the number 9898. Hey, message.
Miss anything? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Get today's breaking news on the Vince Holiday Show weekdays 3 to 6 right here on WMAL.
None of their talking organized by them are genuine, authentic talking points, meaning they don't make a real point. Well, the Doge wasn't elected. Yeah, no kidding. Neither was the Commerce Secretary, the Education Secretary. I mean, they had no problem with the Education Secretary under the Biden administration implementing ridiculous student loan policies, radical Title IX stuff. They weren't elected. So you see how it's not a genuine making it up? Data. Sensitive data the government had access to that's been hacked now twice by China. I don't see what point you're making. You're supposed to have access to the data. The same people who already got hacked, people trying to fix the hack and the fraud. Nothing they say is true. Hey, I'm music like Rolling Stone, Brian Hayden. Biggest music news from the biggest stars throughout the industry. The whole lot to talk about. Bodyguard this kind of year. So, thank you for being on today. Okay, take us to you. Last story, Notorious B.I.G. You're this 14-year-old kid. Feels like a prodigy. Also supposed to have an Rolling Stone music on your favorite platform.
75 years
about real people on the Sean Ryan Show.
I'm Shrek McPhee. Welcome to the show, man. Thank you. Been a long time coming, huh? Oh, I should have.
Your favorite blessing. Often handle the absence of necessary communities and schools as present. To connect support they need to save the economy, the ability to afford your life. That's what people want. These colonies.
The podcast is sponsored by Laurel Road. At Bigger Pockets, we're always trying to find ways to help you maximize. Which is why you should check out Laurel Road. Laurel Road's banking and all refinancing, mortgages, personal loans, student loans, cashback credit cards, tailored savings accounts, and more. And right now, for a limited time, Laurel Road's high yield savings account has an annual rate of 4%. That is up to 10. Plus, it features 0 monthly service fees, no minimum balance requirement, and costs $2 to open. Visit laurelroad.com/pockets. Laurel Road, your partner on the road to financial freedom. Equal housing lender, member of FDIC.
Now.
WMAL News at 1, I'm Heather Curtis. Breaking this hour, we just got an update on yesterday's plane crash in Toronto. 19 of the people injured when the plane flipped upside down and out of the hospital. 2 remain hospitalized, none have life-threatening injuries. Snowstorms last Thursday Sunday dropped 20 inches of snow on Toronto, which Airport President Deborah Flynn says isn't unusual. As the weather, snow, and wind contributed to the crash,
this would not be a time for us to have theory or to speculate on what caused the crash. So as I shared, we have a number of agencies that are here that are responsible for doing a thorough and full and complete investigation,
including the FAA and NTSB. A threatened snowstorm is now tracking south of the DC metro area, but Virginia is expected to get hit hard again.
Snowstorm that we have coming, starting early tomorrow morning, going to be here.
Governor Glenn Youngkin says Virginia remains in a state of emergency as the Commonwealth recovers from recent snow and flooding events, with a request for accelerated disaster relief from the federal government now.
The response from the Trump administration has been extraordinarily cooperative, and I know we'll get that through the storm.
Brent, WMAL and WMAL.com.
DC schools are well on their way to following the lead of their suburban counterparts in banning cell phone use.
A city council bill would ban not only phones, but also smartwatches and tablets. Grade level, and a quarter being math. 3/4 have some form of a ban in place, including Prince William County. So there are still parents who oppose it. Some school board advance success for students, both academically and socially. John Matthews, WMAL and WMAL.com.
A warning from the Trump administration: universities institute programs to produce federal funding. Education schools are no longer use racial preferences for admissions, financial aid, or hiring. The emphasis is effectively for school rights and college admissions based on merit, accomplishment, character, and not race. The National Association of Aid Administrators has enough time to assess their practices and clients. Proposed bill in the American legislature to expand beer and wine sales beyond package stores seems to be anything but a done deal.
This is about getting rather than principles and mixing alcohol while polling shows convenience. At another key of the House hearing.
Don't tell me my name. I'm
The Dow is down 61 strength.
This podcast is sponsored by Laurel Road. At Big Pockets, we're always trying to find ways to help you maximize your life, which is why you should check out Laurel Road. Laurel Road's banking and lending solutions, financing, mortgages, personal loans, student loan cashback credit cards, tailored savings accounts, and more. Laurel Road's high-yield savings account features zero monthly service fee. There are no minimum balance requirements, and it costs $0 to open. It's a great solution for the cash portfolio. So visit laurelroad.com/pockets to learn more. Laurel Road, partner in the most financial equal housing lender.
It feels like can't keep up. It's one thing than another. Don't forget to read that. Reservation thing. Get into the all new lease on the breeze for the carrying and moving. Way the tension of the day. You realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the only one at leastcity.com. Analytic movie and assaulted leather appointed seats are available features. Part of the Economic Traffic Center.
After that, it's right before the building, the center lane explodes from an accident cost at least just now you Belly. He spent Belly on some very heavy and slow right now from 29 Roslyn over towards Roosevelt Bridge on the way into Northwest DC. On the Beltway outer loop, still have the road work after Pike for the toll road in the right lane, pretty slow down from the Claremore Parkway as you see over to the left. Now, for GarageDoorRepair.com with WMA forecast.
Light snow tomorrow afternoon and into the evening, few flurries, mid-20s to lower 30s. Light snow early Thursday morning, dry on Friday.
1 degrees in Washington. I'm Heather Curtis. I'm WMA.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service to the microphone, they can go right to the right or left and to the right or left. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino. I'm going to do a public service and after because whereas the liberal parts of the Democrat Party and a lot of Democrats too. It's solid, strong, people have no problem recognizing an issue, even if it was caused by both parties, because we just can't fix it. Thank you, David, for recognizing it. I appreciate that. Very nice you did. It's cool, man. I'm the same way. I screw up, I want to hear it. Clearly, you've said that this problem of following the government gravy train into politicians is a bipartisan thing. You know what else is a bipartisan thing? That Jim and I talk about all the time on the show. Overspending, debt, and deficits. Pretending like this is exclusively a Democrat thing, you're just a liar. I just want to fix the problem. So if I debate with a Democrat, which I used to do on my Fox show all the time, and they say, well, deficits, government spending, Republicans have run big deficits too. I say, you are correct. I'm not doing that. Yes, point stipulated, Your Honor. You win. Both parties spend a lot of money. Can you now answer my question? Is it a problem? Then the Democrats stop talking. Acknowledge government spending is a problem, which the Democrats defend. At least Republicans fake it so to pretend they're against it. Where else to go? I'm going to do a public services hour, and I'm going to debate what now has become. Jim, you and I are so old. Bill Clinton doesn't seem like that long ago, right? The crazy thing is, I remember yesterday voting in elections with Bill Clinton on the ballot. It seems like he was never voted for him. Obviously, you get the point. It seems like it's yesterday. But I'm going to help you guys out because the Democrats want it both ways. They constantly invoke the talking point that Bill Clinton was responsible with government funds and he ran a survey. That's not real. But then they want to argue for more government spending. It's a strange kind of self-imposed dilemma, right? In the classical sense. We know people don't like government waste, fraud, and abuse. So people ran a surplus, didn't overspend your money. And then on the same hand, argue for government spending, the Inflation Reduction Act, all this other stuff. What argument are you making? Government spending bad or government spending good? What is it? I'm going to help you out. The first hour really push some butter. I can tell. I have a kind of sort of rule. If I get on a topic, it's good. Emails, Facebook messages, Rumble messages, it's amazing. Whatever I did, I lit a matchstick under someone's caboose and people go nuts. They're asking the same question I did opening up the show. How the hell do politicians get so rich? It's a hard question. Jim, my finances, my personal finances. How do I make my money?
Radio, podcast.
That's a question.
Secret Service, NYPD.
Thank you. You are correct, Jim. If you did have access to my tax returns, you would see exactly that. Jim, how did Nancy Pelosi make her money?
I have no idea.
This guy Jesse's face. And it's not the drug cocktail he's in because he broke his back. It's messing with him. You got that rich friend, right? I got this rich, but he's pretty well off because he's a smart guy. He's an orthodontist. Some of you I hang out with him a lot. So when I see a lot of listeners out the gym knows as well. Remember Nashville? If you ask him how he makes sense, go into his detailed finance, but it's really easy. It's funny. What's the update word? And he's investing in some commercial real estate. Nothing's a secret. How do politicians get so rich? The government gravy train. This is why the Democrats have chosen to die on the hill of we support government waste and fraud because fraud and waste benefits them. Folks, this will cost them their job. I think there were, you don't have that word. We have any chance of using that. Hey, Michael, you have it? Michael, can you send the Carville thing over to Jim? I'll tell you if it wasn't part of the show, I kind of guess. James Carville, who is a Democrat strategist, who's had a pretty good, he's not always, he screws up. I'm not a Democrat, I'm not supporting the guy, you get the point, but I like to understand that the other side of things. Around for decades. He's been around since they heard that's all right. Democrats will listen. He's considered of the more modern way of the Democrat Party. We're going to send Michael Six for the podcast, but it's already Melber show. And he's trying to make the exact same point I'm making to the Democrats now, that this is going to be your last stand. You guys will lose the potentially lose the next presidential election. You may lose a lot. You may lose the, if you really believe defending this stuff is a hill to die. I know what you're doing. Train versus your job. That's the very simple dilemma they have. They are making bank off excessive government spending, so they all got rich. All kinds of third parties and other intermediaries. And they said, screw it, I want my money. I don't care if I lose my convention. That's a simple excuse. So Carville, he's on Melber show, and he's like talking about the dosing. He says, you know, it's don't just spin it. It's kind of funny. Like I got a kick out of it. He's telling the Democrats, leave this thing alone. Are you stupid? Now, fairly enough, you may be saying, "God, Dan, stop giving them advice." And like I said, I was listening to I said this earlier on the pod. I was listening to Gutfeld last night. He's making the exact same point. I don't want to be accused of giving the Democrats help here. I'm not. The Democrats don't care. They have chosen government corruption that makes them rich over their actual jobs. There's nothing you're going to say that's going to fix that. They're not going to make their own voters. They should listening to the Dan Bongino show for advice. But it's up to us to double down on this and use this to our tactical advantage, knowing we found a hole in their chain, in their armor. That they are greedy first for money hungry. You gotta know that this is an absolute loser. If you would, cue up for me, country. Here's Stephen Miller again, Deputy Chief of Staff for Donald Trump. Good guy. He's on Fox yesterday. And he makes a really simple point. Hey, guys, this is a basic anti-fraud review. What the hell are you guys crapping in your diapers about? You can't believe the gift politically the Democrats are handing by fighting against a basic anti-fraud.
We're talking about performing a basic anti-fraud review to ensure that people engaging in large-scale theft of federal taxpayer benefits. I mean, for example, we pay billions of dollars a year in tax payments to illegal aliens. Billions with a B. So these are systematic, programmatic reforms that we're talking about here. It's not kidding.
It's not as if Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and the Doge, it's not as if they've come in and said, Social Security recipients, I've got bad news for you. The program is going to be broke by 2034. We're going to cut spending now in order to save the future so there's something left. That would engender a lot of ill will towards people who have paid into this program and feel like these are the benefits they were entitled to, hence the entitlement thing. Whether you agree with the mechanics of the payment system or not, which are broken, there clearly was a deal the government made with the citizen. You give us money, we'll give it to you back later. That if they break it, it's going to be a big deal, correct? We all know the politics of that would be a disaster. That hasn't happened. None of that. They haven't even gotten into the Pentagon yet, as far as we know, and started making real cuts to even bloated programs and unnecessary weapons programs. All they're doing now is saying, hey, man, this payment the government made via the Treasury ACH system or whatever it may be, this payment has no subject description of what it even is. Imagine that in your business. Okay, so you run Joey Bag of Donuts widget factory. You sell widgets. You have a bookkeeper. You notice that your business is hemorrhaging money despite your sales being up, which is a good analogy for the United States government. Federal tax revenue is rising just about every single year. Don't take it from me. Look at the Treasury's own tables, okay? Jim, forget it. I can see you freaking out over this cut. Don't forget it. That ship has sailed. I don't know what happened with this cut, but I can see you like, it looks like he's going to melt down over here. Tax revenue has been going up every year. So imagine in your business, sales are going up every year, okay? Sales are going up every year, yet you're still losing money. The United States government tax revenue, even inflation adjusted, has been rising pretty much every year with few exceptions. COVID, recessions, and other dips, right? Look at it yourself. Don't take my word for it. Look at it yourself. Yet the government keeps running bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger annual deficits. And your business is losing more and more money despite more sales. Then you go to the bookkeeper and you're like, hey, Anna, why? I don't understand why we're losing all this money. Our sales are up 10x, 2x, 5x. Where's the money going? And she goes, I don't know. Well, what do you mean you don't know? Like, that's your actual job. Like, you're the bookkeeper keeping the books. That's why they call you the bookkeeper. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mark down where the money goes. You understand how this is only acceptable in government? I mean, it's not acceptable for conservatives, but liberals love this. They haven't even gotten to the tough stuff yet. And liberals are already peeing their diapers. They can't handle it. Because once you start looking at one fraudulent payment, what they're afraid you're going to uncover is a huge generational theft
taken money from the taxpayer, flushed through the government, and then shuttled out the door in kind of a de facto money laundering scheme through the government to groups and Democrat and Republican connected people who've been making a fortune off this gravy train. And they're afraid if you see one fraudulent transaction, you'll start asking for more. Remember, once the bookkeeper acknowledges there's a problem with the payments and she doesn't know where X payment was, the boss is going to start asking about other payments too. Well, what else did you screw up? That is why the media keeps inventing new talking points. Well, this is sensitive taxpayer data. You mean the same sensitive taxpayer data Lois Lerner, when they were running the IRS, was hauled in front of Congress in the Obama era to discuss weaponizing against the Tea Party? Are you people serious on the left? All of a sudden you care about, I actually care about sensitive data. And Elon Musk and his team are going to have to adhere to government regulations on managing sensitive data. I care about that. You don't give a damn. You can shut your mouth and sit in the corner. You don't give a crap about the sensitive government data that was lost in the OPM hack. Mine was taken. Don't give me this crap. All of a sudden you're worried about people looking into government systems. Now you're concerned about the FAA. Do you know how long conservatives, groups like Heritage and others, have been pitching for air traffic control reform through a user-generated fee system rather than this broken government system? Now you care about the FAA? Tell your story walking, man. You guys have zero credibility at all on the left. Zero. And I really, genuinely hope and pray you decide to die on this hill. I really do. Defending ridiculous government fraud and waste flushed down a freaking toilet bowl. Because it'll be the end of your political party. And I know you can't stop because you've chosen the gravy train over reform. More coming up next week.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before. Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or consumercellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Attention taxpayers, the IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Here it is.
Mark Levin, Weekdays 6 to 9 p.m. Listen to this, will you? News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. For a local news source you can trust, visit WMAL.com. Get the day's top stories. Stream your favorite WMAL shows. Test our podcast archives and more. WMAL.com. Making sense of your world online.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook, because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps stand ready to defend the American way of life. The few, the proud, the Marines.
No one knows music like Rolling Stone. Senior writer Brian Hyatt talks the biggest music news from the biggest stars.
Rock PLC. So there's a whole lot to talk about. Bodyguard, that's kind of your song. Did you originally intend it for Beyonce? Everything is for me in the beginning. Okay. Take us through the life story of the Notorious B.I.G.
You're this 14-year-old kid who feels like a prodigy.
We're also supposed to have an interview with Ghostface Killah, but he kind of ghosted on us, which I guess is appropriate.
Rolling Stone music now. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
We are the news now. The Dan Bongino Show.
We are the news now, and I'm about to do a big public service. Like I said earlier, I didn't forget, and I'm about to debunk a talking point you probably heard. Your kids probably heard it. Maybe your grandparents even heard it, that Bill Clinton ran a surplus. What the hell, Dan? There's a million things going on. Why are we talking about this? Because amazingly, it's coming up again. The Democrats are trying to make two contradictory points at the same time. You can't trust Republicans. You got to trust Democrats like Bill Clinton. He ran a surplus with the government. And then Trump comes in and says, we should get back to a surplus again. Elon's going to find a fraud. And they're like, don't do that. Wait, do you love surpluses or do you hate them? But the surplus thing is a myth. And you can't go into the argument uninformed. It's a persistent myth, too. Hey, how well do you sleep at night? Real peace of mind can come from knowing your family's prepared for emergencies and tough times. My Patriot Supply, one of America's most trusted names in emergency preparedness, is offering a limited time discount on the supersized mega 3-month emergency food kit. It's not your typical survival food. Each kit has over 2,500 calories for 90 days with delicious meals, including chicken, beef, fruits, and veggies. We're talking high quality meals that last up to 25 years in storage and taste like they're home cooked. The pandemic taught us how quickly store shelves can empty. Don't wait for the next crisis and don't rely on the government. Your mega emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply includes free shipping, a disaster replacement warranty, and 24/7 U.S.-based support. The special discounts available for this week only. So visit mypatriotsupply.com now to secure your family's future with a $250 discount. If you order by 3 p.m., they'll ship your order within the same day, so you'll have peace of mind right away. Do what I do. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. Prepare today. mypatriotsupply.com and get a $250 discount. Same day shipping, too, if you order by 3 p.m. mypatriotsupply.com.
Miss anything? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Get today's breaking news on the Vince Colonnade Show, weekdays 3 to 6, right here on WMAL.
So here's where we're going to go next. In the next segment, I'm going to play for you Bill Clinton's own words. Why would we be playing Bill Clinton's words from 20 plus 30 years ago? Why would we be doing that? Because I'm trying to point out to you that the objections to the Doge and Trump's efforts to cut massive waste in our government are not about anything other than keeping the gravy train going. In other words, this is not a sincere political argument. Oh, we're worried about this, because they supported the exact same argument when their guy was in the White House and they thought they could politically benefit from it, Bill Clinton. I'll play his exact words. Coming up next.
Attention all patriots. Time is running out to claim your free Trump knife, a limited edition masterpiece that stands as bold and strong as America itself. Order your free Trump knife today at TrumpKnife47.com. Just pay a small shipping and handling fee. Add this limited edition masterpiece to your Trump collection. This is a razor-sharp, precision-engineered symbol of American pride. Many military, first responders, outdoor enthusiasts, and patriots agree. This high-quality knife is a seamless blend of style and function. It's the perfect tool for around the house or on the go. Order your free Trump knife for a small shipping and handling fee at TrumpKnife47.com. Etched with Trump, Make America Great Again. It's a daily reminder of your patriotic pride. Celebrate President Trump. Celebrate American values. Supplies are limited, so order your Trump knife today before they're all gone. Don't wait. Visit TrumpKnife47.com right now to claim your free Trump knife. You just have to pay shipping and handling. That's TrumpKnife47.com. Shipping and handling fees apply. Offer valid while supplies last. Paid for by Intromax.
Dan Bongino. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Delays on the inner loop of the Beltway due to a work zone set up at 450. You were backed up for about 3 miles trying to approach the scene over there. Over in the district, southbound 295 has been slow between Benning Road and East Capitol Street, but all the lanes are open. And over in Virginia, earlier crash we had eastbound 66 after Nutley Street. That is now on the shoulder, but you're still backed up beginning at 123. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Tonight, partly cloudy, a low around 20. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy. Afternoon flurries, highs in the mid-20s to lower 30s.
Making sense of the media.
The news media is attacking him because this is what happens when you're a Republican.
Chris Plant, weekdays 9 to noon.
Yeah, our news media. Billy.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Searching HVAC near here.
Right here, ma'am. How can we help?
Wow, nobody local? Huh.
Wait, what? We are an HVAC company literally in your neighborhood. Why is she not seeing us?
Just all the big chains. Well, it is what it is.
Can you not see us?
Nope, they can't see you. Because you're buried deep in the list of local HVAC providers. You are invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost, get found, get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
Attention taxpayers. The IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Mic drop. Hosted by former Navy SEAL Mike Ridling. It's raw.
I've been shot at, blown up, you name it.
It's unfiltered.
You go to the sound of the gun. Swear. I've had so many near-death experiences.
It's tough talk from the top minds in their field.
What if the units took a guy out back? Shot him, bam, you're gone. I would choose to do what Frogman do. That's what I chose, and it's what I would choose again. I don't want you guys to cut any of this. Just
Mic drop. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
While serving in Iraq, our vehicle was hit. They didn't think I was going to make it. I'm Latoya Lucas, and I'm a veteran. I had to learn to live with the scars, both visible and invisible.
EAV helps veterans like Latoya get the benefits they've earned. They help more than 1 million veterans every year.
My victory is overcoming my wounds so I can help other veterans.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at donorshoes.org.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with all service members and their families. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Not good on convos? Why not listen to the latest in news, sports, and lifestyle on the Cumulus Podcast Network?
That's a great strategy. It's actually more like going on a walk with friends.
You'll become the eyes and ears to the world. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
WMAL, making sense of the markets, because generational wealth doesn't build itself. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Be heard. Call 8444 the USA now to let Dan know what you think. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
You watching in the Rumble chat, I see you guys there, and you see me talking during the break, but you can't hear during the break. If you're wondering if you can read lips, then you saw, but didn't hear what Jim and I were talking about. Him and I both have been in this business a long time. Jim's been in conservative talk radio a lot longer than I have, but I've been doing my podcast for now 10 years and ran for office before that. We're really stunned at how the Democrats are busy red-pilling people. Wait, what? No, blue pill. No, red pilling people. How we cannot believe how they have chosen to die on this hill of Elon has found trillions in potential government waste over decades, and we're all for it? Folks, for as much as I dislike the organized Democrat Party on Capitol Hill, Jim, you've been following Mike. You too. Mike was in the Beck Show and others. I mean, these guys have been around this place for a long time. He who shall not be named. They've been around. Some of you will get that. They're usually smarter than this, the Democrats.
This is like
Not
the scene
their
in Temple
policy.
of Doom where the knight says, "You chose poorly."
You chose. No, it is a delay. He says, "You chose poorly." And the guys, it's like, I can't believe the gift they've given us with this. Their policies are terrible. Point stipulated. I get it. I can't say this enough. Don't at me and say, "Oh, what are you saying?" The Democrats' policies are so misguided. That's why I'm a conservative, a MAGA guy. But they're really good at political tactics. They organize well. They cheat well, if that's a thing. Man, we're really good at cheating. Like, I guess people are good at cheating. I mean, you see people playing the Times Square shell game. You're like, "Oh my gosh, that was pretty good cheating." Here's a hint: you'll never win that. But that they've given us this gift, that we've uncovered this massive pile, and it is massive. I love the USAID line. They're like, it's only $40 billion. $40 billion and what? It's only, did you just say that? The USAID, $40 billion, and the millions of it going out the doors for Guatemalan sex change. You're like, yeah, it's only millions of dollars. Do you understand how ridiculously, obscenely out of touch you sound to a coal miner in West Virginia who's making $65,000 a year and is lucky to get a week's vacation, comes home with black lung? Do you understand how you sound? Oh, man, it's only a couple million for sex changes in Guatemala. You know what the coal miner's saying in West Virginia? Yeah, smartass, give me the $20 million. And we'll say, I'll go build my own coal mine. I'll go be like the son in Landman and go buy up a bunch of plots. You ever see that? That was great. I'll go buy a bunch of plots and start hydrofracking a field. Do you understand how you sound? This may be the greatest political gift the Democrats have given us so well is Joe Biden. The second greatest gift is them fighting Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and the Doge. It is. Because you don't even, not only do you look ridiculous, and not only do you look like you're supporting government waste, despite the fact that you're the party of big government. That's the Democrats' brand. Let's not argue that insanity, okay? The Democrats' brand is big government, period. So you're going to argue for big government, and then when we try to clean up even big government, which again, Republicans have contributed to, they've spent a lot too. But when at least the Republican president now is like, okay, now we're going to start to clean this mess up. There's too much money going to waste. You're still arguing for big government and no accountability. That's just not going to work, bro. There is almost no constituency you're going to win on net more voters with that position. It is insane. Bill Clinton left office, a Democrat, with near 60% approval, despite massive sex scandals, lying, accusations of perjury, Rose Law Firm, Whitewater. Folks, there were so many Bill Clinton scandals. Vince Foster, seriously, I confuse them sometimes. I'm like, wait, Vince Foster, was he the lawyer for this one? There were so many. He left office with 6 out of 10 voters. And I'm telling you right now, a whole lot of squishy Republicans liked him too. Why? Why is that? Why is that? I'm telling you the answer. Because Bill Clinton, the economy was not terrible. And Newt Gingrich, a Republican in him, worked on a government budget that compared to now looks frugal. Receipts incoming. Jim, cue up for me, cut 4. This is flashback to the 1990s, which to me seems like yesterday, but it's a pretty long time ago. Here is Bill Clinton talking openly and proudly as a Democrat about cutting waste, cutting some government jobs we don't need, consolidating agencies. This is it's the exact same conversation Trump and Elon are having now. It's no different. So again, Democrats, you're giving us a gift. You were for this stuff when your guy was in power. Now we uncover government waste. You want the waste. And you're saying, oh, on principle, we're not going to fight. So you're not, because you didn't care when it was a Democrat. Listen to this.
First, I am ordering a reduction of the federal bureaucracy by at least 100,000 positions over the next 4 years. At least 10% of these cuts must come from senior management. These cuts will make our government more efficient and more effective. The government is full of dedicated people whose hard work is being choked off by our own bureaucracy. Second, I'm ordering each federal department and agency to reduce its administrative as opposed to its program costs by 12% over the next 4 years. With better planning and innovation, we can make better use of the money we already have. In many agencies, overhead is too high, red tape is too thick, and the day-to-day operations of the agencies have not been re-examined in a very long time.
Listen to me closely. I am in no way celebrating this disaster of a presidency. So many things went wrong, from foreign policy to domestic scandals to a general devaluation of what the presidency meant, to Hillary care, to the social engineering of our military. It didn't start with Bill Clinton, but unquestionably, first term Bill Clinton was a double and triple down. But I'm not going to ever BS you here. Now, someone that was just watching the Rumble chat, somebody said, well, Gingrich did it. Folks, I get it. Gingrich was running the Congress, a Republican, but Bill Clinton ultimately had to sign it, whether he liked it or not. Arguing that is nonsensical. It happened. I'm not talking about speculation. I'm talking about something in the past that already happened. They are going to lose this argument. I played a clip yesterday of Obama talking about the exact same thing. Why do Democrats run like Obama and Clinton, who both left office with high approval rates? They don't do it, but they run on it. Why do they run on cutting government waste? Because it's a popular position. This is like the Moneyball theory. If he's a good hitter, why didn't he hit good? This is not hard to figure out. Why do Democrats run on cutting government waste even though they don't? Because people like to cut government waste. Here's another one. Here's a Democrat senator from Colorado, Michael Bennet. Here he is bragging about the Clinton surplus. Now, I'll get to the myth of the Clinton surplus in a second, because you got to go into this with a tactical talking point your Democrat friends don't have, because they believe there was a Clinton surplus. We'll get to that in a second. But that's not the point here. Michael Bennet, a Democrat, is bragging about the Clinton surplus, which is strange, because the way you get to a surplus in government, i.e. more money comes in than goes out the door, which where you should be at, right? The way you get there is by cutting out waste and fraud and abuse and inefficiencies. So I don't understand what argument they're making. I don't think they do either. Here, listen to this.
I want to paint a very brief history for you because I think it's worth remembering this contextually. When Bill Clinton, a Democrat, left the presidency, he left behind a surplus.
Okay, the fact that that's not true doesn't matter. The point here is I'm asking Democrats in my audience. Again, we're on in the most liberal cities in America. Look it up. KTTH in Seattle, WMAL in DC, WLS in Chicago. I'm asking, I know you're out there, Democrats and liberals. Why are you bragging about the Clinton surplus? Simple question. Because it's a good thing that government saves the people. Okay, that's what Trump's trying to do. No, but that's not the argument. That's what you just said. Here's another one. This is Margaret Hoover. Margaret Hoover's kind of a centrist type of personality show on PBS. But again, I'm not knocking her. Here she is bringing up, again, this talking point of the Clinton surplus, which Democrats, swampies, moderate Republicans forever, they constantly brag about this stuff as if they want government efficiency. It's going to lead to a surplus. So much so they make it up that there was a surplus. Check this out.
You served in the Clinton administration, which of course was the last administration with the help of a Republican Congress to achieve this historic budget surplus.
So many people over the years have mentioned this talking point that it's like the chupacabra. Like very few people have seen it, but a lot of people are convinced it exists. There was no Clinton surplus. The Democrats use this fictitious talking point to make you believe that the government waste and spending in the Obama-Biden years is not indicative of their party in general because they had a guy who ran a surplus. He did not. There's an article up in my newsletter today. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. It's bongino.com/newsletter. We launch it out every day with what we think are the best articles of the day for the show. It's by this guy, Craig Steiner. It's an old article from 2007. It's almost 20 years old. I'm begging you to read it because it'll show how principled conservative MAGA people are on government spending and how fraudulent lefties are. Lefties will make two different arguments. Don't you dare look at government waste, but Bill Clinton ran a surplus. What argument is it? You want government spending controlled or not? Conservatives and MAGA people don't. We say government waste and spending and red ink is a bad thing. I don't care who does it. It's bad, period. We just want the truth. This article is called The Myth of the Clinton Surplus. This is one of those things, if you cite Wikipedia, we instantly hang up on you. If you cite the Clinton surplus, I have to hang up on you because you don't know what you're talking about. The article's long if you want to read it, but you don't really need to. There's a piece in the middle where he uses the Treasury's own data to show you what the national deficit was, the annual deficit every year in the Clinton administration. Jim, turn on your mic for a second, because I don't know if we've ever discussed this specific article, but if the government is running a surplus in, let's say, one of the Clinton years, let's say 1999, if the government generates more tax revenue than it spends, then what do you think would happen to the national debt? It would go down, correct?
Correct.
So if producer Jim made more money in 2024 than he spent, his debt, he would use that to pay down the debt would go down, not up. He wouldn't owe more money. I can't believe I'm even explaining this because this is so easy to figure out. There was a surplus. Really? Okay. Here are the deficits every year of the Clinton presidency. 281 billion, 281 billion, 250 billion, 188 billion, 113 billion, 130 billion, and 17.9 billion. Well, those are small deficits compared to what we have now. No question about that. No one should argue that because you're just arguing math. But if you'll notice, that's every single year of the presidency, there was a deficit. So how'd they run a surplus if the national debt went up every year and the deficit was negative? That's why it's called a deficit. Because it's a myth. It's made up. The reasons they make it up, you can read Craig Steiner's piece. They took your Social Security money and spent it. They stole it. They used it to claim they had a surplus, which they didn't. Doesn't matter. The point is simple. If there was a Clinton surplus, why did the national debt go up every year? And how did they run a deficit every single year? The answer is because there wasn't. They're making it up. See how we can hold two simultaneous positions at the same time? Yeah, you're correct. Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich did a lot to control spending. I mean, getting within $17 billion of a balanced budget's a big deal. But secondly, don't lie to me. Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. No, there was a surplus. No, there wasn't. Can you read? Just go to their own website. Are you that stupid? Just look at the data yourself. Don't take my word for it. This is why you're seeing droves of people move into our party under Donald Trump. He's a spreadsheets guy who's going to tell you the truth no matter what. And I'm telling you, everything the Democrats tell you on any point of substance is a freaking lie all the time. On the FAA, on the Treasury, on Social Security, on the Clinton surplus, nothing on school choice, on abortion, on gun control, whatever the hell that means to them. It is all a lie. Everything they tell you is crap. We may have to give you the bad news and the syrup of Ipecac as Republicans, and it doesn't taste great. I'm not telling you we're going to fix all your problems. I'm simply telling you the other side is creating your problems and is lying to you about the solutions. More next. Be right back.
Eczema flaring up again. We have good news. Exoderm. If you or someone you love suffers from eczema or dermatitis, get Exoderm, the common sense answer for eczema. This stuff really does work. Exoderm contains the #1 doctor-recommended ingredient in a clean hypoallergenic cream with no harsh additives. Take back control of your eczema with affordable, fast-acting Exoderm Flare Control Cream. Exoderm. It's in the first aid aisle of your local drugstore, supermarket, or big box store.
Paid for by Bedlam Products, LLC.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, huh?
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Searching HVAC near here.
Right here, ma'am. How can we help?
Wow, nobody local? Huh.
Wait, what? We are an HVAC company literally in your neighborhood. Why is she not seeing us?
Just all the big chains. Well, it is what it is.
Can you not see us?
Nope, they can't see you. Because you're buried deep in the list of local HVAC providers. You are invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost, get found, get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
For a local news source you can trust, visit WMAL.com.
Thank you for that.
Get the day's top stories. Stream your favorite WMAL shows. Access our podcast archives and more. WMAL.com. Making sense of your world online.
Sorry, professional cab drag Artie. Drinking responsibly is knowing your limits. If you are over yours, ask Artie or someone like Artie to get you home safely. To learn more about drinking responsibly, go to beforeyoudrink.org.
So, you think I could take your number 26 Crown Royal Racing out for a spin?
Did you get out of there?
Be a champion. Drink responsibly. This message has been brought to you by the Century Council.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's Disease Research Program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
Former U.S. Navy SEAL Sean Ryan captures real stories about sacrifice and strength.
My biggest fear wasn't death. My biggest fear was nobody will remember me.
That motivates a lot of people. Just
Feel invincible.
opening steel doors. They were all convinced, I think, that they were about to die.
This rush interest was over me because now it's sold.
all of a sudden I'm saying, what is really important? Let us reveal the truth of ourselves. That's it.
The Sean Ryan Show. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
I'm Reba McEntire. In life, you'll hear a lot of people tell you that you can do anything you want. I'm here to tell you that's true. Since I was a little girl, I dreamed of becoming a successful singer and entertainer. It took a lot of hard work, dedication, and perseverance to find my success, but it was worth it. I never gave up on my dreams. Remember, you can never have a dream come true until you've had a dream. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
There are things liberals say, then there is reality. Find out the difference here. The Dan Bongino Show.
You know, I get this a lot too. I was just talking about government deficits, and I always get this, even from MAGA and conservative people. And they'll say, Dan, please don't refer to Social Security as an entitlement system. I paid for every cent I'm receiving. John, listen, I love you, brother, but I'm not here to be. Stand by, because this is always a headache. But I can't give this up, because if we don't break people of the illusion that what you paid in is yours, you earned it, but they stole it. I don't know how to tell you this. It's like arguing when a guy steals your wallet and runs down the street, but it's he knows it's yours. He took it, but it's now not yours. I'm not making a moral argument. I'm making a reality-based, fact-based argument. It's not yours. It was stolen. It's not a moral argument. This is where people get confused. So, John, stand by. It's time for you to be awake, not woke. Start your day with a hot America First cup of Blackout coffee, the official coffee of the Bongino Army. They love hardworking Americans. They're an America First company. Blackout coffee uses premium-grade coffee beans. Most people don't even know what that tastes like, because these woke mega corporations keep pushing these crap beans onto the American people. You don't want that. They ship fresh within 48 hours of roasting. The coffee is delicious. I enjoy a couple of cups each day myself. That's why I'm proud to personally recommend Blackout Coffee. Start the year off right. Support companies like Blackout Coffee. Skip the long lines at the store and order online. Do me a favor. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/Bongino and see what I'm talking about. They're the real deal. It's time to quit drinking woke corporate junk coffee every morning. That's blackoutcoffee.com/Bongino. Or use coupon code Bongino, Bongino, for 20% off your first order. Make the switch to Blackout Coffee today.
Dan WMAL, making sense of the vote, because elections have consequences. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
You know, every time I bring this up, and I appreciate, John, your comment on Facebook here about Social Security. People get understandably upset when I state they don't want to hear it. I'm not here I'm here to tell you what's real, not what anybody wants to hear. You know, when Bernie Madoff, who was a disgusting human, when you understand the real story of Bernie Madoff, it was even worse than you can imagine. People killed themselves after that fraud unfolded, because millions and millions, hundreds of millions were lost. Do you know how many people said, well, listen, I took my money out early and it was my money, and I got my money out before it wasn't your money. Yes, you put money in it. He stole it. The government's doing this. It's a Ponzi scheme. That's it. The money you put in was stolen. We got Congressman Tim Burchett coming up next. I see you, so don't miss that. I'm sorry it was stolen. It's not my fault. But I'm not going to lie to you and tell you the money's sitting in some pot because you put it there. It's not.
You can have more money and less problems after you listen to Joe Saul Seahigh and OG on Stacking Benjamins. Financial literacy without the stress.
I told OG before he started recording how much fun we're going to have.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. You can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit makeawish@wish.org.
We're the stronger than we look type. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 2. The braver than you think type.
I have to take insulin shots every single day.
The type that will stop at nothing.
No more blood sugar tests.
Absolutely nothing. No more complications. Until type 1 becomes type none.
Support JDRF's life-changing research, and one day you'll say, I helped turn type 1 into type none. Join us now at jdrf.org.
Hey, I'm Reba McIntyre. In life, you'll hear a lot of people tell you that you can do anything you want. I'm here to tell you that's true. Since I was a little girl, I dreamed of becoming a successful singer and entertainer. It took a lot of hard work, dedication, and perseverance to find my success, but it was worth it. I never gave up on my dreams. Remember, you can never have a dream come true until you've had a dream. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
No one knows music like Rolling Stone. Senior writer Brian Hayden talks the biggest music news from the biggest stars.
Rock, Beyonce. So there's a whole lot to talk about. Bodyguard, that's kind of your song. Did you originally intend it for Beyonce?
Everything is for me in the beginning.
Okay. Take us through the life story of the Notorious B.I.G.
You're this 14-year-old kid who feels like a prodigy.
We're also supposed to have an interview with Ghostface Killah, but he kind of ghosted on us, which I guess is appropriate.
Rolling Stone music now. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
News media stations making sense of the news.
News now.
WMAL News at 2. I'm Heather Curtis. Canadian officials getting some help from the FAA and NTSB to figure out what caused a plane to crash and flip over while landing at Toronto Pearson Airport yesterday. Airport President Deborah Flint says she's not going to speculate about whether the snow and wind played a role.
The aircraft will remain on the runway while the investigators are performing their reviews. We expect that could be about 48 hours. And so until that time, 2 of our runways will remain closed.
19 of the 21 people hospitalized have been released. None have life-threatening injuries. No word on the condition of the baby, who is said to have critical injuries yesterday. That snowstorm that had been forecast to dump inches of snow on the DMV tomorrow will now just bring flurries. But Central and Southwest Virginia are bracing for what Governor Glenn Youngkin calls a severe storm to hit tomorrow morning through early Thursday. The Commonwealth's been under a state of emergency for more than a week from other storms and weekend flooding.
Still are dealing with road closures all across Southwest Virginia. And again, our road closures peaked during the flood events over the weekend at 408.
He says many of those are still underwater and damage assessments are going to be interrupted by the snowstorm. Virginia lawmakers are making slow but steady progress when it comes to regulating the proliferation of data centers, especially in Northern Virginia.
The data center industry.
Several bills are still alive in the Virginia General Assembly, including one that could limit where data centers are placed. State Senator Danica Rome, who represents Prince William County. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
You would be able to buy beer and wine in Maryland grocery stores under a bill being considered in the state legislature, but not everyone's a fan.
It sounds like we're trying to push our customers who would buy beer and wine out of our small businesses into these very large, obviously out-of-state retailers. And I don't know how that matters.
Delegate C.T. Wilson not alone in reacting to a proposal that would allow grocery stores and others to jump into the beer-wine game. Delegate Jesse Pippy.
To suggest that if I'm allowed to put the beer and wine from the Class A into the grocery store, that's not going to impact that small business. It's crazy.
Westmore supports the idea, as does Kaylee Locklear with the Retailers Alliance, but
our food retailers do not want to hurt existing liquor stores.
Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Maryland lawmakers also considering changes related to another vice. Governor Wes Moore is proposing increasing taxes on sports betting as part of an effort to close a $3 billion budget gap. Online sports betting was legalized in 2022 in Maryland, and it's become legal in more states. And now a new study shows online searches for help for gambling addiction are surging, up 23% nationwide, according to a study from the journal JAMA Internal Medicine. Checking your money, the Dow down 112 points this hour, the NASDAQ off 60. Traffic and weather next.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1-pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience a full-body burn with the new Arrowhit workouts, the perfect blend of heart-pumping cardio and strength. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code TONAL200. That's Tonal.com and use promo code TONAL200 for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code TONAL200 for $200 off.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Here's Mickey Lynch in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Construction has cleared inner loop at Beltway at 450, but you're still in heavy delays beginning at the BW Parkway. Inner loop is also very slow between Leesburg Pike and the construction near the Dulles Toll Road. Outer loop very slow as you approach Clara Barton Parkway headed towards the Georgetown Pike to that work zone. Over in the district, a crash is closing eastbound and westbound Suitland Parkway. That's between Stanton Road and Naylor Road. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, your WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
A mix of sun and clouds for the remainder of the afternoon. It will be on the windy side with temperatures mid-30s to around 40. We'll see wind chill factors only in the 20s. Light snow is likely tomorrow afternoon with a few flurries. Temperatures mid-20s to lower 30s. Morning snow showers Thursday. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin in the First Alert Weather Center.
Right now, 32 degrees in Washington under partly cloudy skies. Heather Curtis on News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Tweeting worldwide on the WMAL app. Dan Bongino.
The NYPD to the Secret Service, behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
So it's scrolling through the internet and doing some show prep for later. Tomorrow, the podcast, it's a nonstop prep cycle. I just enjoy that so much. And I saw this congressman, he's been on the show many times, Congressman Tim Burchett. He was on CNN, doing what he does well, debating with a deranged left-wing lunatic who seems to be fabricating fictitious talking points by the bundle. And he did a great job welcoming to the show Congressman Tim Burchett from the wonderful state of Tennessee. Thanks for your time. Well, you've been doing such a good job. I appreciate that you go on CNN. I know a lot of people have a different opinion and they say we should boycott these networks. I think it's a mistake. You have a particularly valuable skill. You're a very good debater on TV, and unlike me, you're calmer about it, which is a good thing. I'm learning and I'm getting there. When it's debating politics, I get fired up. But she was making the commentator, Pamela Brown, whoever it was making some ridiculous point, and I don't play the clip on my podcast tomorrow, but I have you here to talk about it directly. That they have access, these Doge people,
to these, sensitive government systems. Now, number one, the only way to clean up government systems of fraud, waste, and abuse is to have access. But that's such a phony, fraudulent talking point. Nobody cared when the IRS and Lois Lerner were credibly accused of targeting conservatives using IRS data. Nobody complained, Congressman, on the left, or made a big political point out of the OPM hack by China, where my information was stolen too. I mean, they don't really care about that. They just care about the gravy train drying up.
Grid. Big goals. People want to sit on the sideline and bring your hands.
You know what I love about you? You have like a focus group that sits around and tells you how to talk. I doubt it, because you ignore them, and I really love that.
My old chief of staff when I was and he was elected congressman, he said one thing I've never had to do is really have to say was.
Clear.
Yeah, my dad was an old World War II Marine, Olu, Okinawa, 1st Marine Division, and my mama lost her brother fighting the airplane during the Second World War.
Well, it reflects in your leadership style. We're talking to Congressman Tim Burchett from Tennessee, frequent guest on the show. Congressman, Democrat hypocrisy is nothing new. I've argued over and over that they don't care about looking like hypocrites. They care more about hierarchy and staying in power. They don't care. They know the media will protect them from making two separate points. So I got two things for you here. Number one is that now all of a sudden they don't like Elon and they don't like billionaires. They don't care about George Soros, though. Criticize. They love him, actually. They care, but they don't care about criticizing billionaire George Soros. And secondly, I'm sure you remember, as I do, when Elon was a green champion for them through this electric vehicle car company called Tesla, they loved Elon. So nothing they ever say is true. They have based their entire political guiding ethos, their credo, that everybody's supposed to be on a front. Nothing with them is ever principled.
want to forfeit over some money to us and collectively make us both billionaires, I'm sure we would, gladly accept. I mean, to tell you it's true, but I wanted to hit this talking point because you're up on Capitol Hill and you're dealing with this crop of people up there all the time. This is the Democrats. I think we can both agree, Congressman Burchett, although their ideas are poppycock garbage and they're just misguided, their political tactics are typically better. They're very good at acting with like a Borg Star Trek personality because they're collectivist by nature. Hopey changey. They're typically good at messaging and using the media. What I can't reconcile is this is such a loser for them. Effectively backing government waste. That's what they're doing. I mean, the Doge is pointing out clear examples of sex changes in Guatemala and other stuff. This is such a loser to them. My theory on it is the gravy train has to be so good for them that they've made the calculus. And I'd like to get your input on this. That they got to keep the money even if it costs them their political jobs, because they will go down in the midterms if they pick government waste as a hill to die on.
There's always another conflict. That's everything. Never has already your pocket. Office, still without water. The only person here. Allowed to take it off instead of allowed it for 3 years.
Wait till they start getting into the Pentagon. There are going to be Republicans too. Like, well, not that weapons program. That's in my district. But we're going to be like, hey, the Pentagon says they don't want it. Why should we keep paying for it? Congressman, I got a few minutes left, but I wanted to, you don't need any advice from me on how to talk on TV. You've had so many viral hits on CNN from being a good debater. I've argued yet you were a master debater. You have to say those words slowly. You'll figure that out later. But there are two things I think we should really, really focus on. Number one, even if you are,
down in Mozambique. Big service.
I mean, Bill Clinton, you get where I'm going with that. But that's a good one. You caught me off guard. I like that. See, this guy's good on his feet. But I got about a minute and a half left here. That we should focus on, even if you are a supporter of unchecked entitlement programs that need reform. You're like, Social Security, forget. We should still make the point, even if you are in that direction, this money is being stolen from the same pot of money you're going to get. So even if we don't even look at Social Security, there is still a one pot of government money. And the second thing is, they keep talking about like, well, you're robbing food aid from people in Accra, Ghana, whatever. Okay, we're not robbing anything. People need food aid here. The United States comes first. So I got about a minute left. Your thoughts on that?
Public. You don't know if you're a government job, it's not ever in the world working. So, company tax, landlord, not a work. It's not it's working. It's preparing them.
I got to tell you, having you on the Doge, Congressman Tim Burchett, going to wrap this up, but having you on the Doge with Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Doge committee, is going to be a tremendous messaging asset. And please continue to go on these liberal networks. There's no sense preaching to the choir. You know, that you're doing a great job, and we really appreciate it. I'm going to cover your hit with Pamela Brown actually on tomorrow's show, too. So thanks a lot for coming on today. We really appreciate it. Oh, love you guys too, man. Love you in Tennessee, and he's a good man. No squishes on this show, you know the rules. But I met him personally, super nice guy. Remember we did the show in Nashville, Jim? He stopped by, and just a great guy. So you do got some good people up there. That Doge committee is going to be where it's at. That's where we're going to start really, really wringing out the inefficiencies out of this government. Got to take a break. I just got back from my holiday trip, and you know what? We were totally prepared with all of our essential medications thanks to All Family Pharmacy. They make it easy to get life-saving medications like ivermectin, antibiotics, hydroxychloroquine, blood pressure medications, you name it. No hassle, no red tape. Once you qualify for a prescription, they deliver fast. I got ours in 2 to 4 days, so can you, or even overnight if it's urgent. You can stock up now and be ready for just about anything. Just visit allfamilypharma.com/Bongino. All Family Pharmacy makes it simple. You can customize your order, that's what we did, or get a comprehensive package tailored to your needs. You don't need to see a doctor. They evaluate your request and provide the prescription that's right for you. It's healthcare that works for you, not against you. So be proactive, not reactive when it comes to your health. Here's what you need to do. Write this down. Go to allfamilypharma.com/Bongino to order online and use code Bongino10 for 10% off your entire order. Again, that's allfamilypharma.com/Bongino, code Bongino10 for 10% off. Check them out. Thank me later. All Family Pharma and its products are not intended as a substitute for professional medical treatment or advice. Consult with your healthcare provider.
Damn. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1-pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience a full-body burn with the new Arrowhit workouts, the perfect blend of heart-pumping cardio and strength. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code Tonal200. That's Tonal.com and use promo code Tonal200 for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code Tonal200 for $200 off.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Attention taxpayers, the IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
LifeLock, during tax season, your sensitive info does a lot of traveling to places you can't control, stopping off at payroll, your accountant or a tax preparer, and countless other data centers on its way to the IRS. Any of them can expose you to identity theft because they all have the info in your W-2. Just a ticket for criminals to steal your identity. I had my identity stolen. It was horrible. I got LifeLock. I've been a customer ever since. I've never, ever had that problem again. No wonder the IRS reported tax fraud due to identity theft went up 20% last year. Get LifeLock today. Don't get your identity stolen. They monitor millions of data points per second and alert you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, backed by the $1 million protection package. Restoration's guaranteed or your money back. Don't mess around with this stuff. I dealt with this for a long time before I had LifeLock. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Get LifeLock protection for tax season and beyond. Join now, save up to 40% for your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock, use promo code Bongino, or go to lifelock.com/Bongino for 40% off. Terms apply. Do it today.
America, land of the free, home of the Dan Bongino Show.
And for those of you watching on Locals, the third hour of the radio shows on Locals, which we're moving over to Rumble Premium shortly, just working on it now. You were like, hey, look at that Paula made him. If you're wondering what the chaos is, why you just got a good look at Paula, maybe too good of a look. There were a lot of compliments on the thing. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, she's like ducking now under the camera. We are days, and I kid you not now, days away from moving into the new studio. I know we've been talking about it forever. So Paula's busy putting stickers on everything because we're moving it out today. It's going over to the new studio like today, not today-ish, like actually today. So all of this stuff you see around here, if you watch us on Rumble, the Secret Service chum, the stuff you guys sent, books and all that other stuff, it is going over to this brand new, beautiful studio we put together you're going to love. So it's just only going to make the show better. I hope the sound quality is even better. So we did this. So we put a lot of money into the show to make sure it sounds really good. Hey, when it comes to protecting your family, it's not just about having a firearm. Lethal Force is the answer for every situation. Imagine an imminent threat comes to you and your family. Instinct may drive you to reach for a firearm immediately. What if there were a way to defend yourself and de-escalate a situation without the irreversible consequences of deadly force? Byrna's non-lethal pistol launcher, equipped with tear gas and kinetic ammo, can incapacitate an attacker for up to 40 minutes. No need to go DEFCON 1. We just need protection to ensure we can defuse the situation and drive the threat away. I've trained with firearms most of my adult life. The Byrna pistol they sent me was really easy to learn to use and operate. If you don't own a firearm, it's a great option to have. It's a great option to have even if you do. Made in America, legal in all 50 states, requires no background checks, and shipped right to your door. Visit Byrna.com/Dan now for an exclusive 10% discount for my listeners today. That's BYRNA.com/Dan. You won't regret it.
Tomorrow on the Chris White Show, $241 million on transgender animal experiments. Just don't call it waste, fraud, or abuse. 9 a.m. on WMAL.
So I've got a couple important things. And I hate a couple means too. I've got a lot of important things coming up in the next segment. The lying on the left, which we're used to, that's not a media talking point. Like, the left lies on the media, we get that. But the panic on the left has gotten so bad with the Doge and the uncovering of government waste that they've now resorted to lies that even make them look bad because they're so easily debunkable because you're the media now. It's a very long-winded way of saying, in the Walter Cronkite era, 30, 40 years ago, the media could lie about something on the evening news, and there was really no way for you to get the truth unless you were some government researcher. And what were you going to do, scream it on the corner? This massive army of MAGA influencers now on X, True Social, Rumble, YouTube, and elsewhere. The minute the left says something stupid we know is factually incorrect, we just destroy it. And that's what's led to this real deficit in their credibility. I'm going to play a clip for you next, which is one of a complete, absolute faceplant cell phone.
Attention all patriots. Time is running out to claim your free Trump knife. A limited edition masterpiece that stands as bold and strong as America itself. Order your free Trump knife today at TrumpKnife47.com. Just pay a small shipping and handling fee. Add this limited edition masterpiece to your Trump collection. This is a razor-sharp, precision-engineered symbol of American pride. Many military, first responders, outdoor enthusiasts, and patriots agree. This high-quality knife is a seamless blend of style and function. It's the perfect tool for around the house or on the go. Order your free Trump knife for a small shipping and handling fee at TrumpKnife47.com. Etched with Trump, Make America Great Again. It's a daily reminder of your patriotic pride. Celebrate President Trump. Celebrate American values. Supplies are limited, so order your Trump knife today before they're all gone. Don't wait. Visit TrumpKnife47.com right now to claim your free Trump knife. You just have to pay shipping and handling. That's TrumpKnife47.com. Shipping and handling fees apply. Offer valid while supplies last. Paid for by Intramax.
Dan Bongino. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Look out for an accident traveling southbound BW Parkway at 197. It's taking away the right lane, causing a bit of a backup there through Laurel. We also have heavy volume southbound Colesville Road between University Boulevard and the Beltway. And traveling inner and outer loop of the Beltway, we have that work zone set up as usual between the Georgetown Pike and the Dulles Toll Road, causing some heavy delays around the Beltway. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Tonight, partly cloudy, a low around 20. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy. Afternoon flurries, highs in the mid-20s to lower 30s.
LifeLock, during tax season, your sensitive info does a lot of traveling to places you can't control, stopping off at payroll, your accountant or a tax preparer, and countless other data centers on its way to the IRS. Any of them can expose you to identity theft because they all have the info in your W-2. Just a ticket for criminals to steal your identity. I had my identity stolen. It was horrible. I got LifeLock. I've been a customer ever since. I've never, ever had that problem again. No wonder the IRS reported tax fraud due to identity theft went up 20% last year. Get LifeLock today. Don't get your identity stolen. They monitor millions of data points per second and alert you to threats you can miss. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, backed by the $1 million protection package. Restoration's guaranteed or your money back. Don't mess around with this stuff. I dealt with this for a long time before I had LifeLock. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Get LifeLock protection for tax season and beyond. Join now, save up to 40% for your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock, use promo code Bongino, or go to lifelock.com/Bongino for 40% off. Terms apply. Do it today.
Hi, I'm Jamie McMurray, professional race car driver here with cab driver Artie. Professional cab driver. Sorry, professional cab driver Artie. Drinking responsibly is knowing your limits. If you are over yours, ask Artie or someone like Artie to get you home safely. To learn more about drinking responsibly, go to beforeyoudrink.org.
So, you think I could take your number 26 Crown Royal race car for a spin?
Did you get out of there?
Be a champion. Drink responsibly. This message has been brought to you by the Century Council.
Attention taxpayers. The IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
My baby brother, a father. Come on, it's time for his nap. Whoa, he can't sleep on his stomach.
Babies should always sleep on their backs in a safety-approved crib, and the sleep area should be clear of blankets, toys, and other loose or soft items. It reduces the risk of SIDS.
SIDS?
You know, sudden infant death syndrome.
Guess I need to start studying up on safe sleep for little man here. Being his favorite uncle comes with responsibilities.
For more information, visit safetosleep.nichd.nih.gov. Sponsored by the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development.
Clarity and context for complex work.
Be far more thorough and specific than ever before.
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
The Bigger Pockets Podcast Network is your home. Get it? Right. For real estate investing.
Don't they make money anyway?
Get real talk from real estate pros about investing strategies that work. Bigger Pockets. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
There are some moments only the forest can inspire. Find yours at discovertheforest.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
WMAL, making sense of the headlines, because common sense isn't so common. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Have to get something off your mind? Call 8444-the-USA and let Dan know. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
Was that the most chaotic break ever, Jim, if you're watching the video on local? So bananas. But she did. Paula decided, hey, it's a good time to clear out the whole room for the studio. During the, 3-minute something break we took? You got to see the whole thing. There is so much stuff here because when we went on book tours, Jim was on one of them in Oklahoma. We had something like 1,500 people showed up. They're the nicest people, and they give you stuff. But it's a lot of stuff, and I'm not going to throw it out. It means a lot. I mean, someone gave me an American flag. Are they kidding me? I'd throw that out. You don't do that. We're going to burn them. You can't throw them out. You don't throw them. If flags get beat up, you don't throw them out. So we're trying to move all the stuff over to the new office, but we really don't have that much storage space. So some of the stuff we had to get rid of. So when you have a sponsorship on the show, people, not that I don't want to bore you with this stuff, but people typically send you a sample of things. So, Helix mattress, if you're going to talk about the Helix mattress, they want to send you a mattress. So we got a bunch of stuff. So I got holsters here. I got Wax RX ear cleaner. There's stuff everywhere. We've got Duke Cannon soap. These have all been sponsored. One of the bars of soap, probably 5 years old. They send so much stuff. It's just, it's been an adventure moving over to the new studio. A good one, but definitely been a lot of work. Hey, if you missed any of today's show, please check out the podcast. We cover in the beginning the big question du jour. How the hell did these politicians get so rich? Where did the money come from? Can anyone care to explain this to me? Well, in the beginning of the show, we had some answers. You can check out the podcast on Rumble at rumble.com/Bongino or download the Rumble app. It's free to watch. Rumble's like the conservative alternative to YouTube, free speech alternative. You can also check out my show on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. We'd appreciate a follow. Folks, it's gotten so bad now that the Democrats have resorted to face-planting cell phones. Self, like S-E-L-F, owns, where they say things so ridiculous, you wonder how, you say to yourself, is this a real thing? So I'm watching yesterday, and Mike Benz, who's a great guy, who's been a deep state specialist for a while, dissecting how the deep state runs and operates. You hear that wheeze? Mike Benz has become the target right now of a bunch of media hit campaigns. Why? Because of one of the Dan Bongino golden rules of the show. When you're over the target, you'll know it. Measure the effectiveness of what you're doing by your political opponent's response. So if Benz becomes the target of 3 or 4 coordinated left-wing hit pieces, it says what, Jim? That Mike Benz must be doing something right. So this is a video by Brandy Zadrozny, cut 8. It's only about 25 seconds or so. Brandy Zadrozny, for context, is the Taylor Lorenz of NBC, a comically embarrassing personality who frequently gets caught making ridiculous, absurd arguments and amazingly still has a job. Here she is at NBC doing what she does best, making a buffoon out of herself, attacking Mike Pence, suggesting these media people weren't profiting off government spending. They were only profiting off government spending. Listen to yourself. Check this out.
Now, neither Musk nor Benz has offered any tangible evidence of the crimes they say USAID committed, and they didn't respond to my requests for comment. But a lot of their posts include misleading claims or outright falsehoods that can be easily debunked, like accusations that USAID was funding news agencies like Politico. Government records show agencies across the federal government were actually paying for premium subscriptions.
This is great. There's really no evidence that these media outlets have been profiting off of the government largesse, except the evidence that media outlets have profit off subscriptions and the government largesse have been funded with big $1 million by the government. Is this a serious talking point? The answer is no, it isn't. But I want you to understand the morons fall for this. They've over and over and over. That's why you should wake up every morning and thank whoever your Lord and Savior happens to be. I worship Jesus Christ, and I'm proud to say that. I wake up every morning and thank him that I am not a leftist. Because to be a leftist, you have to believe a lie. See, we don't have to believe that. I don't defend Republicans when they don't do conservative stuff, and nor will I ever. I hate to keep bringing it up because it sounds like a pathetic virtue signal, but I think the most gifted politician of our lifetime has been Donald Trump, and I have evidence to back it up. But we certainly don't agree on everything, and that's okay. Because if you have a set of principles, there's no person on planet Earth that's going to agree with you every time. Even a clone of you, an identical twin of you, is going to have some differences based on their their life experience, lived experience, some leftist term. But you notice how the left, they don't seem to stand for anything. Because you have to understand why. Principles involve you standing by a set of principles. And when those principles are violated by politicians, you are going to have to say something. But when you don't believe in principles and you believe in power, if politicians in power are a vehicle for you to express that power, the principle is subjugated immediately. Perfect example. This is why I discuss this here. Earlier in the show, I played for you audio of Bill Clinton giving a speech about government waste, fraud, and abuse. That sounds exactly, nearly verbatim about what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are talking about now. The left love that because Bill Clinton was a vehicle for other means of power, social engineering in the military, Hillary Care. And when you worship power over principles, that's what you get. You get inherent hypocrisy. But they don't care about that because they care about hierarchy, power, being on top of you in the power chain. The rest is irrelevant. Nothing else matters to them. That's why they lie so much, too. I can't think of a principled argument, air quotes, that a Democrat, a significant Democrat, has made on TV over a Trump policy over the last few weeks that's actually true. Here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Here's Tim Kaine, the disgraced former vice presidential candidate for Hillary Clinton, Democrat senator from Virginia. He's on Fox News Sunday. He's worried all of a sudden, this is his principle, folks, air quotes, about the Doge getting into your classified info. Now, again, I don't remember Tim Kaine, correct me if I'm wrong, making a huge stink over the IRS getting into our classified info when they targeted Tea Party conservatives. Send me the clip. I'd love to see it. But here he is on Fox News Sunday, again, proclaiming what his principles are. Air quotes. Check this out.
Yesterday, the Doge guys post classified information on their website, and they had to realize, we didn't realize that agency was a classified agency. You shouldn't let people run rampage through offices that have classified information.
Wow, that sounds really bad, except for the fact it's all made up. As Katie Miller points out, who knows, this is a blatant lie and deliberate misinformation. The information on Doge.gov is sourced from longstanding public OPM, Office of Personnel Management, data on their own website. It's even annotated on the Doge website. This is why Americans don't trust the media. And if you trust Democrats, shame on you. They lie to you about everything. You notice how when Elon Musk in the Oval Office, the reporter said to him, hey, Elon, you got it wrong. The condoms for Gaza was actually Gaza, Mozambique, not Gaza, between Israel and Egypt. And what did Elon Musk say? You remember? Elon said, hey, my bad, got that one wrong. However, there were condom purchases for a place called Gaza, which is not in the United States. And isn't that a questionable purchase at best? You see how he can acknowledge, Democrats will never, ever do this. They are incapable of doing this. I want to get into another thing before I take your calls in the next segment. The number is 844-484-3872. Folks, the rough outlines of a Trump doctrine are the concrete's starting to harden. We're talking about foreign policy here. Sorry for the quick lift and shift, but I don't want to leave you in this segment without getting to this point. Because again, I will never waste your time here. I don't like speculation about things. I like to nail these things. So the Trump doctrine appears to be this at this point. Let me just state it simply. With regards to overseas conflicts and problems that we get forced into, the United States, the Trump doctrine's fix it or Big Daddy's going to fix it. That's the best I can tell you. Dan, that doesn't sound like a formal white paper. That's because it isn't, Jack. I'm just telling you how Trump is thinking about this. Trump is a spreadsheets +1, -1 guy. He's like, Gaza, this has been a problem forever. That's a -1 for us because then we have to get involved. And I don't like -1s. So either fix this thing or Big Daddy's coming over to fix it in Gaza. He's saying the same thing with Russia, Ukraine. Ukraine is right now is losing this war. Russia is losing a lot of troops too. The Russian economy is teetering right now and is real trouble, okay? You guys both have a lot to lose with this war. You better fix this thing, the EU and other vested parties in this, or Big Daddy's coming to fix it. So, point in this whole thing is, Trump the other day and J.D. Vance set off an international firestorm of media people's hair burning down. Why? You ever smell burning hair? By the way, it's the worst smell ever. I was in a bar in New York years ago, and the lady set her hair on fire doing that smoke breathing fire trick, and I was like, oh my gosh, I felt so bad for her. She had to run into bed. Sorry. Media hair's on fire all over the place. They give a speech about NATO, and Donald Trump has said pretty clearly at this point that NATO, this alliance of military powers designed to fight the old Soviet, pseudo empire, that, hey, fellas, you guys live over there in Europe in that theater. Yes, we have a lot to worry about with Russian encroachment, but you guys have a lot more to worry about. It's your continent. We have an ocean separating us. Doesn't mean we have nothing to do with it, but it means it's your actual backyard. You better fix this thing, or you're going to come up with a rude awakening about our ability to defend you guys if Article 5 is basically invoked. He didn't say those words directly, but believe me, he's starting to hint at this. You're not going to defend yourselves. Don't expect us to shed American blood. And everybody said, oh, it's going to be a revolt. These NATO people are going to be pissed. What? Jim, can you play that cut? Here is Mark Rutte, the chief and head of NATO over there on the Martha McCallum show yesterday. That's not exactly what he said. Trump wins again. Check this out.
We've seen some of these headlines coming out from leaders from Poland, basically saying that they understand that the situation is very different now. Europe absolutely must step up to the table in terms of expenditures. What is your take on these talks between the United States and Russia and Europe being excluded?
Well, this meeting was really very successful. What you see today, we had General Kellogg, President Trump's special representative at NATO this morning with the ambassadors. And now we had this meeting here in Paris with many European leaders. And really, Europe is now stepping up. Last week, I was a bit disappointed that Europeans were saying, hey, we also have to be at the table, and why are we not there? And they're now really starting to dialogue, to strategize how they can support the peace effort. And that is important because we know that post the peace deal, there will be the need to make the peace deal lasting, enduring. That means we need security guarantees, and Europe can play a role there with a clear backup from the United States. So this was good. This was really a good day. We are moving forward here.
Wow, it's a good day. They're moving forward. He's pushing Europe to basically do more to secure their own security situation, their parochial interests in the region. I thought Donald Trump was crazy. I thought it was going to lead to a meltdown. International lines are going to fall apart. Dogs and cats living together. I mean, Ghostbuster style. I thought that was going to happen, but it didn't yet again. It's almost like Trump's foreign policy approach of fix it or Big Daddy's going to come in and fix it for you, and you ain't going to like it. Is actually getting action rather than just talk. So weird. We were told the opposite was going to happen. I'll take your calls coming up next. 844 the USA is the number. We'll be right back. Hey, we may have won the election. The fight to restore this great nation is only at the beginning. So now's the time to take a stand in the parallel economy. Patriot Mobile, they're leading the charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's a call to action to defend our rights and freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all three major networks. If you have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile, and you get a coverage guarantee. But the difference is every dollar you spend with Patriot Mobile supports a company that believes in the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, our veterans, and first responders. So switching's easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer support team will help you find the perfect plan. So right now, go to patriotmobile.com/Dan or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service with promo code Dan. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom with every call and text you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dan. That's patriotmobile.com/Dan or call 972-PATRIOT.
There we go. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news. Making sense of Washington.
So it happened again? Is that what you're telling me? Yet another guest of this program now has a job in the Trump administration.
Vince Colonnades, days 3 to 6 p.m.
The Trump transition team spending a lot of time on WMAL.com looking at the guests who have appeared on this program, which does bring a smile on my face. I do like that good people are getting good jobs.
Vince Colonnades, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m. News Talk 105.9.
It's fucking cold out.
Making sense of the news.
As a young adult at this point in your life, you probably...
Hey, Patrick, thanks for coming to play. I've been up since 9 o'clock, so I'm going to end this stream and come back later.
Experiences, purpose, all your choice. So what will you choose? As you make choices about the future, the military can be a resource for information to help bring a fulfilling path into focus. A public service message from the Department of Defense. To learn more, visit todaysmilitary.com.
Making sense of your money, the state of the economy, the ability to afford your life. That's what people want.
Vince Colonnades, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
And the thing I pay attention to, I'm looking at.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. For a local news source you can trust.
Patrick, did you leave? All right, everybody. I'll probably be back at 6.